there, right?
No, this is the new, he changed the format. This is just gonna give you new business, like, I don't know why he has it in both places. Yes. I'm just going, it's a new format. I don't know whether you want
Then
to
we
talk
should
about it.
cancel the second time. Third page, we should cancel that.
No, because that's where I take votes. There's no votes taken in the work session. Sorry. Yeah, that's, I thought was confusing too. He's got the new business at the beginning of the work session here, when it's usually under the departments. He says it's all-
I think we're ready. All right. Starting the combined meeting of September 9th to order at 6:09 p.m. Madam, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brescher.
Here.
Councilmember Coyle. Councilmember Harris.
Here.
Councilmember Patel.
Here.
Councilmember Patil.
Here.
Councilmember Pointer.
Present.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Here.
All right, Madam Clerk, please read the adequate notice.
Adequate notice of this meeting as required by the Open Public Meeting Act of 1975 has been provided by the honorary notice sent to the Home News Tribune, Star Ledger, Sentinel, Desi Talk on December 12th, 2023, and posted main lobby municipal complex on that same date.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, as for me, welcome to another combined meeting. A brief reminder as we begin. When a speaker is recognized, it is their time to share and our time to listen. If you disagree with their viewpoint, please wait until you are recognized to share your perspective, and we will afford you the same courtesy of being heard. If this respectful process is not followed, I will be compelled to issue a warning with a gavel, and should any further disruption occur, you may be asked to leave so we can maintain order and continue with the township affairs efficiently. Now, I would like to highlight a few agenda items as we begin today. First is the Ordinance 2232. This will help make our applications be digital, and when the applicants submit for review, making it less likely to be lost in the future. For those who have been following this issue, it is the same ordinance where we were concerned with privacy last time, which has been addressed with this update. Ordinance 2233. This ordinance will enable us to modernize our app. 2233. Okay. Ordinance 2233 is, hold on, I'm lost in my directions. This is the update to the speaking process, where we are removing the rebuttals and decreasing the minutes from 6 to 4. This, I believe, is a pragmatic approach, but we will discuss further today. In Resolution 536, I would like to emphasize that we will be receiving nearly $700,000 from the Community Development Block Grant and express my gratitude to the administration for diligently pursuing opportunities for additional funding. In Resolution 562, I would like to inform the residents that we are further enhancing their safety and security by providing our police officers with 14 tough books, Panasonic tough books, ensuring that they have the essential tools necessary to perform their duties with greater efficiency and effectiveness as they patrol our streets. One of the adjustments I would like to highlight in today's process is that I'll be restating residents' questions when they ask so that everyone can be aware of that, I captured the intent properly and it was understood accurately. Time, I would like to yield the floor to our esteemed Council Vice President, who will share a remarkable story about a Purple Heart.
Thank you, Council President. I normally would do this during the points of light, but because that's later in the meeting, and I wanted to be, as a courtesy to the person that I'm recognizing here, I wanted to do this on the early end. So some of you might be familiar with the story of a returned Purple Heart to one of our residents, and that is Margarita Manhart. You go by Marga, right? Okay, pairs nicely with Margot, I like it. Ms. Manhart was the recipient several weeks ago of a Purple Heart medal that had actually been earned by her uncle, and her uncle was George Arthur Cerrito, and he had sustained a very devastating injury during World War II, I believe in 1945. And he had gotten a Purple Heart for it. He passed away in 1993 at the age of 75, I think it was. And so the Purple Heart had stayed in the family, but then got lost somewhere along the way. Well, lo and behold, someone at a flea market in Texas finds this Purple Heart, and she buys it, which is a wonderful thing to do. And then she contacted bear with me for a moment, what's the name of the Purple Heart United. So Purple Heart United was able to then contact Margarita Manhart and was able to bring the Purple Heart back to her. And it's really just a remarkable story. And I thought I would give Marga a chance to, first of all, show the presentation case with the Purple Heart in it and tell a little bit about her uncle. So Marga, could you come to the podium and tell us more?
Good evening, all. So this is the amazing plaque that was awarded to me on the 20th, was given to me on the 20th of August, with Uncle George's picture, and that's his formal Army picture before he went overseas. Description of his service: he was in Patton's Army, George Patton, and his Purple Heart on his good conduct. So Uncle George was not drafted into World War II. I'm sorry?
The speaker.
Into the microphone, yeah.
Really?
So it's easier for the...
Yes, I'm so sorry. Is this on? Yes. Uncle George was in an essential job, and he was too old to be drafted for World War II, but everyone else was serving, and World War II time was very different from the time we live in now. At any rate, he enlisted. He enlisted in the Army, and he was trained to be a turret gunner in a tank, and was sent to Europe probably in January of '45. We believe he was there for 2 months. In March of '25, his tank was hit, and he was the turret gunner, which is the top, and he was the one most seriously injured. He was hit in the head and had to have surgery. He was unconscious when he was pulled from the tank and had a long road back. He could do nothing. He could laugh. That's what he could do. When we saw him for the first time, when he was brought home from Europe, he could laugh. He had to learn to walk and to talk and to socialize and to everything. So he gave his life through his service, and the war ended 2 months later, just an aside. So this is a very big treat for us. I want to thank the woman, Andrea, who's a female Air Force person, retired, who found the medals at a flea market or such in Dallas, Texas. Now, we have no connection to Dallas, Texas. We're Jersey people. And she knew of Zach and his mission, which is to return lost medals to the families. That's all he does. He's an Army major, still active, and his thing is called Purple Hearts Reunited, and to reunite the Purple Hearts and all other medals with the families. So he's the one who presented this to me. Channel 2 News was there for the presentation. The next day, Channel 4 News came. I was on Channel 4 News, and then the New York Post wrote an article, and now I'm here. So I've been invited to all of these things. Yeah, so that's the story in brief. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Marga. That's such a great story, and thank you for coming here.
Thank you for sharing with us. Now I would like to declare a proclamation for Direct Support Professional Recognition Week. Madam Clerk, please read the proclamation.
Whereas every day in New Jersey, more than 30,000 people work as direct support professionals, providing critical support and services to hundreds and thousands of children and adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Whereas direct support professionals has dedicated their professional lives in supporting, serving, and empowering individuals with developmental disabilities, enabling them to live fulfilling lives in the community. Whereas direct support professionals provides a broad range of supports, including helping with personal care, participating in school, work, home religion, recreational activities, leaving important life skills, and general day-to-day activities to foster full citizenship. Whereas direct professionals develop strong, trusting relationships with individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities that are personally achieved for both the individuals and professionals. The ARC, Middlesex County, values the hard work of direct support professionals and recognizes the support of the administration governing bodies of Edison Township for those invaluable workers who support individuals with intellectual developmental disabilities. Whereas the week of September 8th through September 14th has been designated as Direct Support Professionals Recognition Week to honor and recognize the significant contributions that direct support professionals make to our communities. Now there be resolved that we could proclaim September 8th through the 14th as Direct Professional Recognition Week.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to number 5.
Council President, just want to check, is the audience able to hear us clearly? Okay,
Oh, I was soft. I'm sorry. I was on topic.
thank you.
Okay, moving on to number 5, unfinished business. Ordinance for further consideration and public hearing and final adoption. Ordinance 2232. Any comments or questions? All right. This not open to the public.
No, not here. This is the work session.
Okay. Moving on to number 6, new business. Proposed ordinance for public hearing set down for Wednesday, September 25th. For ordinance 2233. Any questions or comments?
Council President?
Yes.
This ordinance is at 3 places, one here, one under administrator, and one under your regular session. Where do you expect us to make the comment, at this time or?
I would say this time. Actually, this time would be fine. We can make comments on this.
Works. Now, or do you make comments now?
Yep. So this is the work session. This is where it shows up on the agenda. It appears that you want to do the comment on it now. We can always skip over it from the business administrator if we all have our say here during this portion. Right? It's listed here. It's listed under from the business administrator, but then it's not listed again until the regular session meeting, correct?
Right, when
And during the regular session meeting, it would be voted on.
This is technically a work session, so we are doing a work session. So if you have any questions or comments, this will be the time. All right, Council Vice
Yes,
President.
yes. I've written this. I don't usually write my comments, but this I needed to write because I had a lot of them. The 2-word headline to describe my feelings about this ordinance is absolutely outrageous. It seems more than coincidental that this ordinance has come up in the wake of the 826 and 828 council meetings when Council President had some issues with several resident speakers. I was on vacation for those meetings, but I watched them on YouTube upon my return. My position on this ordinance change has not shifted since it was first discussed 2 years ago. I'm told that part of the rationale behind this change is that it will help cut back the length of council meetings. But who is the real beneficiary of that change? I suspect that this is more for the sake of council members than it is for the public, who have the option of leaving the meeting whenever they want and can watch the rest of it on either Edison TV or YouTube. I would remind my council colleagues who are in favor of this ordinance change that we were elected to serve the best interests of the Township of Edison and its residents. And while I don't like long meetings any more than the rest of you, I respect the needs of our constituents who very much value and want to keep the current ordinance and allow for the transparency they seek. In my 2.5 years on the council, never once has a resident complained to me that the speaking time is too generous. In my view, the only problem with the 6 minutes lies in the way they are handled by the council president or other members of council who interrupt the speaker instead of just allowing them to speak their piece and then sit down. Yes, some speakers can be provocative, but as the saying goes, you don't have to attend every argument you're invited to. In short, the residents who attend our meetings or watch them remotely deserve much more respect and consideration than this. Therefore, I will emphatically be voting no on this ill-conceived ordinance. Thank you.
Anybody else would like to speak? Councilman Brescher.
Question to the administration. I noticed it's under the administration. Was this the administration's idea?
I'm not sure why it's listed under BA. It's in for introduction, so I'll just defer to the council president.
I wanted to introduce it.
You wanted to introduce it. Okay, so this is one of those laws where a council member has requested it, correct?
Yes.
Okay, because other laws we have, no council has requested it. But with that said, we tried this, I guess, a couple years ago. It became just like a silly thing at the time. And the council at that time decided not to pass it and just to leave it. I've been fortunate enough to live in this town most of my adult life. I have seen many, many council presidents here. Bob Deal, who still works for us here in the administration, never would have proposed something like this. You know, the council used to believe that hearing from the public was important. I brought to everyone's attention that the way our township is run is backward from any sort of governance. And what I mean by that is this body does not make the laws, okay? And I'll go back into that in my public comments when I talk about the law for the renters, where it wasn't a council member that made the recommendation. If the administration decided that they wanted a new law, their job would be to go to council president. His job would be to form a committee for the committee to look into it and use the law firm to find other laws that are out there for us to go through, and then for us to make recommendations back to the attorney for him to make a final draft. But we didn't do that. What happens here is that the mayor goes directly to the lawyer, says, I want a law, because I got 4 council people in my pocket. He puts it up and it gets passed. As unfortunate as it is, it's what happens. And then on the flip side, the public comes to a council meeting to say that our streets are not done right, or they didn't pick my garbage up, or things of that nature, where the council has no jurisdiction whatsoever over that. Okay, that is strictly an administration issue. And this has been happening for years, and that's why I say the government that we have here in Edison with the mayor and the council is dysfunctional. We don't do the jobs that we're supposed to do by law. But, you know, again, with that said, I'm looking at like transparency, where they don't want to hear what you have to say. Okay, they don't want to give you the opportunity. We had a resident, Ralph Bucci, that asked for a letter to be added to the agenda. And it came back with the attorney saying the council president doesn't have to add a letter. In all my years here in Edison, when a resident wanted to send a letter to be on the record because they weren't going to be here, okay, it was done and it was added into the record. Now, we didn't read it here publicly, but it was added. So this is another thing now that has changed, okay? And it goes back to, you know, the transparency thing, where I don't believe we have transparency. I think we're looking to hide things. What can be said in 6 minutes or 4 minutes, you can make an argument that you could say it all in 30 seconds. The problem with that, though, is there's many residents I see here, and I've seen you before, and you guys have grave concerns, and you're looking for answers, and I think everybody has a right to those answers, okay? And you guys are very respectful of that time, okay? I've watched people get up and they don't use their 6 minutes. We answer their questions, take up their minutes, and then when they go to clarifying something, we don't allow them. I don't even agree with that, but that's a council president prerogative. You know, where this is at the end of the day is taking away minutes from, not from our residents that come all the time, but we had a gentleman that came here and he was frustrated with sidewalks, someone that we normally don't see. And he would go on and he was telling us how inconvenient it is and everything else that we have here. And he's right. But he's not as well versed as our residents that come here all the time. So that gentleman probably used his 6 minutes. And he needed that to articulate correctly, you know, what he was looking for this body or the administration to do. And as an elected official, I sat on the Board of Education when there was a shooting. I forgot if it was up in Connecticut or Florida at the time. And I had to go to 2 meetings, where I sat at 2 meetings till past midnight, where I had to hear every parent in our district come to those meetings and tell me that they wanted bulletproof glass and fences over and over and over again. Did anybody on the Board of Ed complain, or did we just sit there and we listened to every resident that wanted to speak? To me, that's what an elected official does, and I did that for no pay. Right now, actually, I get a paycheck, and I thank the residents, right? Nobody complains about it. I thank you for it, and for that paycheck, I'm willing to sit here till 12 o'clock if I have to. So I will be voting no on this ordinance. This was flawed the first time we did it, and to me, this is flawed the second time. When people say that Woodbridge only has 4 minutes and Carteret has 5 minutes and this and that, you know, I'll be honest with you, Woodbridge, John McCormick is not buying containers he could buy for $30,000 for $90,000, okay? John McCormick isn't doing what we do here in Edison, and what we do here in Edison as far as spending is wrong, and the public has a right to speak about it. So because of this, and as an elected official that I believe I work for the public, if you work for the public, you're not going to take their minutes away. If you don't work for the public and the public works for you, you'll take their minutes. So I'll be voting no. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Rusher. Anybody else?
President,
Councilman Patel?
in fact, I had the same question that my council colleague asked. I don't know what's the problem with my mic. This ordinance is at the 3 places, and I see particularly under administrator. So when I had been in the position that you are in, is this agenda approved by administration? Yes. Did you look that this ordinance is under administration?
I didn't put it there.
I understand, but you accepted this as your agenda line item, correct? So it belongs to you. Yes, council president might be taking the bullet on behalf of mayor, but if you approve this agenda, you should have raised this question and said, council president, if you would like to introduce this ordinance, please put under the clerk, the way my council colleague did for the Clara Barton ordinance.
And respectfully, the clerk's office drafts the agenda. We review the items is listed. However, it's placed, that's not a choice by administration.
But you approved the agenda, right? So you are not willing to
Councilman
accept-
Patel, I approved the agenda.
No, you come the last. You cannot approve administrator's agenda. Administration has to approve.
Final
administration.
agenda does get
Yes,
approved.
your agenda is only under clerk, by the way. You own the agenda. The line items are owned by individual department heads, not by you. You run the council meeting.
Yes.
Okay, so
It was a clerical overlook on my side. I understand what your point you're trying to make, but I understand.
okay, I understand. But again, if Sanya is saying this ordinance, mayor has nothing to do with this, I'm okay with that. But you have to come out openly and say it is not administrator agenda, and we are sorry. We should have looked at it. We should take it out and put under the clerk. So we should technically move this under the clerk, or you should not have this agenda at all, this line item.
Can we do that during work session?
Well, we'll be removing it
work
underneath the
session,
business
yeah.
administrator along with, now this is a new procedure, the way that this is a new layout of the combined meeting that council president put forth. What I apologize that I wasn't instructed. I was so used to making sure, it's always under the department. I didn't know it wasn't under business administrator. He failed to tell me.
Sorry.
So we oversight it, so it's on here a couple times. We will be removing it from the work session on C and under B, the other item, because he's now formatted separately.
Okay, thank you. So let's put this in discipline going forward. The people are not confused, who is trying to curtail the voice of people. So let me put my comment here. I have been on this council as this is my 10th year. I've been through midnight in the meeting. How many residents, if you look at, they come and attend the meeting? Very handful, 4, 5, 10. Once in a while, we'll have probably 200, 300. As an elected official, our job is to listen to the residents. If they have something to say, we should listen. And if there is anything that they are emotional about or passionate about the issue, and if they cross that 6 minutes, you can give a courtesy warning and you let them speak. Again, if I'm there, yes, we need to apply the law uniformly across the board, but there is a humanity and there is a courtesy. That's the first thing. Second thing is, I don't know why 6 minutes and why 4 minutes. We had this debate in the past. If council president, if your whole intent is to shorten the meeting, and if you think that you have the votes on this dais to pass or approve, I don't think we need to meet in this council chamber and waste taxpayers' time and our time. We should go upstairs and just approve the council agenda. It's my fair ask to you. If at all you think that there is a democracy that exists in this town, and let people voice their concern, let's be fair. I would say that not 6 minutes, give them 8 minutes. Hence, I won't be supporting this order. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Patel. Anybody else?
Council President,
Councilman Pointer?
I'll just make a few brief comments. It is my belief that anyone that wishes to speak at the podium is able to express themselves in 4 minutes in the same manner as 6 minutes. In regards to communication with council members, people that are not here right now communicating with me via email, via phone, by text. We often have people that ask for us to stay after if they have additional concerns, which we often do. So to have it phrased that your ability to communicate with council members, I just fundamentally disagree with. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Point. Councilman Chumuel?
I welcome the public. I think when the public comes here and speaks, a lot of points are brought to the table, and we learn a lot about what the public has to say and what goes on beyond our four walls. We just heard from Councilman Harris, and she spoke for under 2 minutes. We just heard from Councilman Brescher, and he spoke for 5 minutes and 47 seconds. He usually speaks long, but we just heard from Councilman Patel. He spoke for 30 seconds on the subject, and Councilman Pointer also spoke for about 30 seconds. Everybody should have the right to speak and speak their mind, but I think you can make a point in 4 minutes. I don't think the additional 2 minutes would allow you to make a stronger case. So that's why I would be supporting this 4-minute ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Shmuel. So I did think deeply on this, and I believe this is the most pragmatic approach to ensure that we gather more valuable feedback from residents while we also improve the overall efficiency of the government function. This change is not being made in isolation, but as part of a holistic effort to improve our processes. If we can please. Please, if I'm talking, I would like to be heard. Thank you. This change is not being made in isolation, but as part of a holistic effort to improve our processes. There are changes that you noticed today, like highlighting the few agenda items in the president's remark, which you'll notice further when I'll be repeating the questions that the residents ask to ensure the correct intent is captured. Changes that are coming in the future. We are introducing a shot clock system. In this new system, we will have a big time clock, not unsimilar to the NBA. This new shot clock system will help reduce distraction by eliminating the need for Marlena to verbally announce the 1-minute warning. No one likes to having their thoughts disturbed, even if as delightful as Marlena. Shot clock system will help you increase your time by saving time. It makes it unnecessary to ask, how much time do I have left? As the remaining time will be clearly visible, helping everyone to manage their time effectively. This system also improves accessibility, particularly those residents who have difficulty hearing, ensuring that we serve all our residents better. Opponents of this ordinance present a false dilemma by assuming that the only way effectively to communicate concern is through 6 minutes of speaking time, ignoring the possibility that residents can express their points clearly and concisely in 4 minutes. Additionally, this belief operates under a fixed pie fallacy, suggesting that less time will inevitably reduce quality of discussion. In reality, as my other council members have pointed out, people often make their key points early on, and the extra time may lead to unnecessary repetition. By reducing the time to 4 minutes, we encourage more focused and efficient communication, allowing for more voices to be heard without compromising the quality of the conversation. This approach ensures that everyone has a fair opportunity to participate while making meetings more productive. Again, this is about getting more voices heard, not less. There are certain issues that may require more time and in-depth discussion, but those matters are often better addressed outside of the council chamber. A perfect example will be Clara Barton. Many council members, including myself, engage in deeper, more detailed conversation with Sue and Akhtar and many other residents to truly explore the important aspect. Just today, I had an in-depth conversation with a resident on this particular issue. It went on for 20 minutes, and we did talk about it very thoroughly. This chamber is simply not the venue for an extensive discussion, as the format of these meetings does not accommodate that level of detail. So in return, I ask a question to you. Why is 6 minutes considered the ideal speaking time? Why not 10 minutes? Why not 60? I hope the council does pass the introduction of it tonight. Thank you.
Council President, am I able to speak again on this?
Sure.
Okay. With all due respect, I think every single one of the arguments you've made here are specious. I really do. The fact that these discussions can be taken offline, absolutely they can. But then it's not transparent to the public. It's not transparent to the public who's watching, or the people who are watching either remotely or who are in this chamber. And so the public cannot hear those offline comments. Every single one of the other arguments that are being made by the proponents of this ordinance are with subjective presumptions attached to them, that anyone can make a point within 4 minutes. Councilman Shmuel, I appreciate that you timed all of us in terms of how much we had to say. That's great. Except some people do need more time. Some people do need more time to collect their thoughts. And I think they should be given the courtesy of having that time to do so. So there's not one argument that's been made by either of the any of the proponents of this that would change my mind. I believe, and I guess the other thing I want to find out is, why now? Why is this coming up now after 2 years? 2 years after we had discussed this and didn't approve it. Why is this coming up now?
Okay. So again, my question still being is that why is 6 minutes considered ideal? And why not 10 minutes? Why not 60 minutes to allow for
Could you please, I'm sorry, Council President, could you please answer my question as to why now?
I don't want to, okay. Why now? Because as I am the president, I was allowed to put up an ordinance, and this is the ordinance I choose to put up. And I'm hoping that they pass. It might not pass. I am not sure. But again, I am hoping that it passes, and that is why it's put up now and not earlier. Now, again, going back, my main question is this. Why 6 minutes considered ideal speaking time? Why not 10? And why not 60? And if we can get an answer to that, I am happy to change my mind. I'm sorry, I'm not hell-bent on moving this along the way it is. If there's good answers, I am willing to change my mind. But I don't really think there is. And this is the pragmatic approach that I believe the council should take. All right.
Council President, I just want to make one point here, if you allow me to speak.
Sure.
There are, as I said, there are only a handful of residents, they do attend the council meeting. They speak up here, they bring their issues. But there are thousands of people who are watching this council meeting, and they do get the answer based on what this body is giving answer to those residents. So it's a knowledge sharing. It is not just someone is coming here and not let them speak. It's more about you have to think about the other residents as well, who are relying on these council meetings, how they are conducted, what questions have been asked, what answers are given, and if they have similar question, their question is answered. And that's an idea here, to give more time to the residents. I hear you loud and clear, why 6 minutes? Past 2 decades, we are using 6 minutes. It's working fine. I don't know why we didn't increase it to 8 minutes or 10 minutes, but there was never an ask. And that's what I said, that don't try to fix the thing that's not broken. And that's the reason I'm not going to support this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman Patel. Anybody else?
Council President,
Councilman Pointer.
can I just add one more remark, if possible? In previous ordinances, one of the counterpoints as to why we should pass an ordinance is that don't let the perfect be the enemy of progress, and that eventually ordinances can be amended, right? So if we find eventually that maybe the 4 minutes is too short, we can always amend it to go back, whether it be 5, 6, or the latter. But if the argument has been presented before for other ordinances that, hey, pass it because it can be amended, then I would imagine that same concept would apply to this. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Pointer.
Council President,
Councilman
question, more procedural, I guess, at this point. Later, when we go to vote on this, we're allowed to speak at it at that time. That's correct, right?
Yeah, council comments are.
At that time also.
Essentially, think of it as though we would be coming back on Wednesday. Sorry. Essentially, think of it as though we would be coming back on Wednesday night. It'd be a.
Right.
It's the new session starts after the work session, and council comments are invited on before a vote.
Okay. Yes, I just wanted, because I have more comments, but instead of us going around over here, I'll wait for bring it up later.
But just remember, we will be removing it from the department's discussion now. Because we
Yes.
had, okay.
Yes.
Just make a note of that.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, moving on to ordinance 2234. An ordinance to amending the Amboy Ave redevelopment plan by modifying several sections in the overlay district pursuant to the provision. Any questions or comments?
Council President,
Councilman Patel?
question to our attorney. Have you read the ordinance? Did you look at the ordinance?
Have I read it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think this ordinance will hold in the court?
I believe so, yes.
No, not believe so. You need to be affirmative, your attorney.
Well, if you ask an attorney whether or not something will hold up in court, you're never going to get a yes or no straight out. I believe that the ordinance will hold up in court. I believe that it is well written. I believe it addresses the concerns of the council and of the residents, and I cannot find a flaw with it. That doesn't mean that there isn't one, but that means that it has been thoroughly reviewed by the members of my firm. We're confident in it, and we believe that it is functional. That is fully functional and subject to withstanding challenge.
Perfect. Is this ordinance consistent with our master plan? And that's where I'm going with the, you need to be affirmative. If it is not inconsistent with master plan, what if there is a litigation and they say, hey, there is a disparity, there is no clear-cut direction here, which stands where, and judge is going to throw the case and say, hey, you grant.
So Mr. Bignell is also here, who did the review to make sure that it was consistent with the master plan. I don't know if you want to hear from him on that.
I would say he's not an attorney.
Well, he's the planner.
He understood.
Yeah. And the law firm does rely heavily on the planner in doing the master plan review to make sure that it remains consistent with the standards as espoused by the master plan. We do our own review, and we believe it's consistent with the master plan, but I'm asking if you also want to hear from the
Absolutely.
township
So,
planner.
Council President, if you allow me to have Mr. Bignell to be on the podium.
Council President, I believe the summation of Mr. Bignell's review of the ordinance was sent to the clerk's office, and I assume it then gets forwarded to council. Just want to make sure everybody got the background.
Yes, we do, but we are not the attorneys. That's the
I
reason
just
I'm
want to
asking question.
confirm that you received his
Yes, we did.
stuff.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Bignell, have you looked at the ordinance that is on the agenda?
For Amboy Avenue?
Yes.
Yes, I have.
Yeah. Do you think this ordinance is consistent with the master plan and there is no deviation at all?
The The master plan was adopted. They haven't done the final reading of it yet, so they haven't adopted the resolution part. So that's what we're in the middle, we're in a flux state. So if you're asking if the new changes to the AAR ordinance reflect that, there was a report issued by the board, by the master plan planner, and she had recommended that there be a mix of 4-story and then 3.5-story according to the size of the property. And that was forwarded to council.
Yeah,
So-
no, again, my question is very simple and plain and clear.
I'm trying to explain it to you, but so it's not up to me to tell you that it meets the master plan or not. I think she kind of split the baby when it was sent to the council, and you've decided now that to make it 3.5-story. So the master plan, this is going to be a change to the rehabilitation plan, redevelopment plan, the zoning, overlay zoning. That all has to get looked at again now as part of the next
Let's pause
phase.
there. I just heard a minute ago from attorney that he believes this ordinance is consistent with the master plan. You can replay the clip, attorney, if you want to. However, you are saying that you don't know because you are
No.
changing the ordinance, which is not necessary at this point in time, consistent with the master plan.
The ordinance can be changed because it's really the old ordinance that you're updating. You're updating the rehabilitation plan.
Understood.
The new ordinance really hasn't changed, and you should do the whole, since we did a brand new master plan, we probably need to do a brand new ordinance section at a time.
Okay, so
Okay, so there we're there. So the rehabilitation plan still allows for the housing, it still allows for office. It hasn't changed any of the uses. All it's done is really pretty much change the height of the building. Okay, so that's basically where you're at. So like I said, the master plan planner split the baby, said that it would either way it would work. So I'm assuming that the council now has chosen or will choose to decide whether it's 3.5 stories or 4 stories. The part that I reviewed was the setback, the technical stuff, the setbacks, the height, the setback from the road, from the second floor. And I made some adjustments there because that's just like a technical thing that we have to live with when we're trying to interpret what applications before the board. It's going to be up to you to decide whether you want to change the ordinance or not.
let me rephrase the question. You want to say?
I
Let me
understand.
rephrase the question again. The current master plan in its current status, its approved status or adopted status, whatever the status it is in, is that master plan consistent with this ordinance?
I would say yes, because the master plan is a guide, all right? We haven't changed the uses, so the guide is still, we're going to allow that type of development at that property. The new zoning ordinance will adjust whatever. In the meantime, in the interim, the board is adopting or looking to adopt an ordinance that will adjust the height of the building. That's going to be what the master plan planner stated in her letter, if I can remember exactly. She said that a certain size property should be allowed to go to 4 stories, okay? The council has said, hasn't said anything yet about, they're planning on doing something, some change. At that point, you can decide whether or not you agree with any changes that'll come with the new zoning ordinance. In the meantime, you'll be at 3.5 stories, so you won't be having any applications at 4 stories once you do that.
So what you're saying is our current master plan has a 4-story provision.
It never changed. The old master plan and the new master plan still recommended this for rehabilitation or redevelopment. So that hasn't changed. It's a land use guide. The master plan does not decide the details of the ordinance.
Understood.
And that's what I'm
Understood.
trying to explain to you.
Again, my basic question.
Yes,
Does-
your answer then would be yes, it does comply with the new ordinance or the new master plan and the old master plan.
Correct. So the current master plan does permit the 4-story building.
The suggestion is, the recommendation from the planner is that on larger sized properties could house a 4-story building. The smaller properties could not. That's what our recommendation is. And until that zoning is adjusted, and you're going to adjust it to 3.5, so 4 stories out at this point. But when you do the new zoning ordinance, you're going to have to probably revisit it again and say what's fair, what isn't fair, what's right, what isn't right, what's good to the property owner, the neighbors, and how it all blends in.
So we'll have to go back and again ask planning board to amend the master plan to be consistent with the current ordinance. if this get passed.
Yeah, the current ordinance is consistent because you're missing the master plan is a document that talks about land use and recommendations of land use. It does not provide detail. Everybody confuses that. The detail comes in the ordinance. The master plan is created by the planning board. It's their jurisdiction. Okay, the ordinance, the power in zoning comes from the town council.
Understood.
And so at this point, I'm telling you, yes, it complied with the old and it complies with the new.
Okay.
All right, the standard now is you're adjusting the standard to eliminate the fourth. That's your prerogative.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is it complies, this one, the master plan and the old master plan, the new master plan, they're both consistent. Nothing has been changed. We have not repealed any of the overlay zones, they were there. It's still there in the current master plan as well as in the old master plan. What we are changing through this ordinance is only the height.
Yeah, and that has nothing to do with the land use recommendation from the master plan. That's why it's in compliance. Now you're talking about details, and I think it's form-based, form code, or code form-based, whatever they call it. That's something you can adjust. That's a zoning issue. That's a zoning ordinance issue. That's not a master plan issue. Okay.
No, I understand that. I'm not debating on that.
So to answer your original question, yes, it does comply with the master plan, the old one and the new one.
Correct. So that again tells the residents of Clara Barton that nothing has been changed in master plan from old master plan to new master plan as far as the zone and its overlays and the redevelopment zone is
Hank, if you
concerned.
don't mind, the master plan, no matter what, is just a guide.
It's a guide, I get that.
Let
But
me
what
just-
I'm saying is that it's the same, nothing has been changed in new master plan from the old master
Let me
plan.
finish my thought. The enforcing of it comes through the ordinance. So for Clara Barton, if, the enforcement of it is what the laws that we pass. The guiding aspect of it
Understood.
might have
I'm
changed.
not debating on that, and that's exactly the reason, why did we do the new master plan? Because we are out of compliance.
You're not out of compliance. What happens is the master plan by state statute, it used to be required to be updated every 7 years. They changed that years ago to every 10 years. And when I saw the 10 years coming up, we had the planning board pass a resolution that said that we were going to relook at we had to re-examine what they call re-examination. Our master plan was so old, it was time to redo the whole thing again. Okay, in the master plan, they determined, this new master plan, that the land uses are reasonable, but whatever scale becomes the zoning issue. And you have to decide what the zoning issue is. The ordinance before you tonight lowers the height of the building, and I know that's what the residents are looking for, which is, that's up to your residents and the council to make that decision, but it has nothing to do with the land use recommendation. That stayed the same. It's still commercial, it's still office, it may be residential on top and things of that nature that we can write in. When we readdress the new ordinance, and we're gonna have to do that because all the definitions have to be updated, height of the buildings, the setbacks, things like that in all the zones. The industrial zones, hopefully we're gonna create industrial zones that the ones that are closer to the residential properties will have more restrictions, so it protects the residents. The ones, say, down in Heller Park or in Federal Business Center, well, you're not protecting residential property. It's a different kind of industrial zoning. That's the next step. So what you're going to do here tonight, if you vote, or Wednesday night, if you vote for the ordinance that's before you tonight, all you're going to do is eliminate the ability for an applicant to seek a 4-story. Okay? They can still apply for the same uses, but they can't make the building any higher than what the ordinance says. I don't have it memorized in my head.
All right, so what we are saying is only the change we are doing is limiting the size 35 feet. But again, that's not across the board. That's again in the pocket of the sections, if I understand. That's the reason my questions were on the master plan, because the planner did recommend saying, based on the lot size, the height restriction doesn't apply there. It goes to 40 feet.
That was her suggestion. She was saying that the properties are larger, you could go to the 4-story. That's not part of this ordinance, and that's going to be changed from the existing ordinance because all of it's at 4-story right now.
And that's where my question comes in. This ordinance, again, question to both of you, does this eliminate, regardless the size of the lot, restricts the height of the building to 35 feet?
This ordinance will restrict any property from being built higher than 3.5 stories.
Regardless of the size of the lot.
Thank you.
Regardless of the size.
Thank you.
Okay? We good?
Anybody else? Councilman Brescher?
Council President, what council members worked on this ordinance? You were the one that designed this whole thing?
Quite, yes.
Okay.
Short answer, yes.
So when you did this, you took in all the residents' concerns, right?
Concern that they brought up in regards in general. I know I didn't share this with everyone, but I literally made a planning document going over the heights, going over lot sizes, going over angles for like where shade would come in. Tried to account for different lot sizes, lot types, taking into account other items. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take away your time.
No, and did you reach out to the property owners on this? I mean, let's just be honest, right? Everybody here. Clara Barton would like something to happen, right? But they want to keep it minimal, let's say. But if you don't reach out to the people that own the property, right, that whatever you came up with right there makes sense to them to want to redevelop anything or do anything, then what we're doing is all superficial because nothing will be done, and it doesn't really matter, what we did. Like, to me, the process should include them and the residents in a meeting together to see what the residents would like to see overall. And that's, what do we call this area here? It's a special kind of area, not an area of redevelopment.
It's in need of rehabilitation.
Need of rehabilitation, right. To me, that's a joint partnership with the residents, the township, and the property owners themselves. And the only way to make that successful, right, is to have everybody in a room together where everybody speaks and we understand what their needs are for them to want to do this development. Otherwise, what we do is we have this area redevelopment that has been sitting dormant for 8 years.
Well, it's sat longer than that.
Oh, okay.
'Cause it goes back a couple of
Right, so
Cesaro
what I'm
administration.
saying, what we're doing is superficial, like overall.
Well,
And that's where my concern is. Like, the way that we're handling this just seems like it's misguided in a way. And trust me, I am like more so on the resident side. But at the same token, if what we're going to pass makes the developer or property owners not want to do anything with it because it doesn't work because of parking or whatever their concerns might be, right? Then what we're doing is this is just a superficial thing. I mean, and this is more fake and superficial than the 6 to 4 minute kind of thing, but only a minute. So I'd also like to see that plan because what I got, right, shows me here. It shows me, well, if the property's 35 foot, you can do this. If the property's 75 foot, you can do this. If the property's 100, well, okay, I don't have a research team, okay, to go into town hall to go meet you and get a drawing for you to give me different colors so I could see really what this entire neighborhood's doing. I mean, I didn't receive it. I don't know if any other council people received some kind of thing, so you know exactly what's going to be built where. Yeah. Does anybody else receive anything that they know what's going to be built anywhere?
I mean, there's technically no guarantee as to what will be built. This is in regards to zoning guidelines. And if I may just rebut on the business side aspect, like if the current guidelines were conducive to development, it would have happened. Because we have the current zoning, which allows for the extra intensity, the extra density, and it hasn't happened. I have a couple of additional items, but I don't want to take away your time.
Okay, so
Can I just
how do
make a point, Councilman? The information you're looking for was probably part of the rehabilitation plan that was created by Susan Gruhl and Associates 10 years ago. So that plan's been in place since the zoning was put in place.
that has the 35-foot lot, the
It shows what the
45-foot lot,
proposed use, the
the
lots, the zoning.
75-foot lot?
Yeah, it shows it all, and it
And
should
do we
be
have
in
a
there.
drawing that shows where these
There's a
lots are?
redevelopment plan that should be in the clerk's office. It's several years old now, but it shows what they propose for that.
The zoning map.
So that information is available if you want to look at
All
it.
right, yeah, can we get copies of that? just to understand what we're going to do to the neighborhood. I don't even know that the neighborhood knows what's happening to the neighborhood. I know that you're saying you met with them, right? And then typically what happens is government meets, kind of like we did with the rental ordinance, right? And then we get sued by everybody. So to avoid this, I'd like to see if we can get a copy of it to all the council people.
Okay. Yeah, I think Cheryl will get it out to us.
All right.
And that was the original plan that was done. There's been some tweaks to it. They talked about stacking parking and things like that, and it had the 4 stories. They raised it to 4 stories. And even with that, we've only had one building built at 4-story. One is approved and never constructed. The one that was recently turned down, it's a court matter, that was at 3.5-story or 3 stories. So the whole idea was economic growth or economic development, and it doesn't seem to be triggering that. So if you lower the height of the building, I guess you're not going to see a whole lot of development there.
Right, and it's a concern for the residents, and I do get that. Like when you said not 4 stories, we're going to do 3.5. Again, 6 minutes, 4-minute abs, right? Does the 4-minute ab work or the 6-minute ab? Superficial, doesn't
But what
make
it
a lot of
does is
sense.
it strikes the number of units that you could build. The height of the building is less, so there's less economic incentive.
Right,
But that shouldn't be a zoning issue or a zoning criteria. But for a person that owns a property, it is.
Right, because we heard it was 3.5 stories, but the top story was going to be used for like rooftop type stuff. But
Well,
then I read that that's not the case.
That's not
Right,
Half a story is a space in the design of a building. It's unusable. It could be anywhere from a foot to 5 feet. If they want to use the top of the building, it'd be at 3 stories, and they could use the top of the building. It wouldn't be a 4-story or on top of 3 stories or 3.5 stories.
It'd be a 3-story then.
Yeah, it'd be on
and
the 3
they're just
stories of the
using the
flat.
roof.
But that all comes with part of the design, and that's why we talked about the setbacks and how the light, and that was very, very pro forward, if you want to say,
Okay.
to talk about the shadows and things like that. That's
I did notice some of that in there where you have setbacks for the top, in the front and the back.
What I asked to take out was all the percentage stuff, because you'd be there forever trying to figure out what percentage, and it'd be like a nightmare. So
Right, this is where I'm going. I'm trying to get a visual as to what this will look like. At the end of the day, if it's developed as per our ordinance and our master plan.
The issue really here has to be the parking, and I think that's going to be something that has to be looked at. Maybe the town looks to buy some properties that are adjacent and turns them into like parking areas, so you have a more viable main street area, and that's what you want to do. You want to have people, you want to have stores on the bottom, you want to have people that shop there, you want to have pedestrians that come out of the neighborhoods, but it's got to be, why would you walk up there? You know, you have to have a reason to, and you have to have nicer shops and things of that nature.
No, we did. I think last meeting we talked about the parking, I think in Clara Barton, where currently there isn't a problem, but as it would become successful, it will obviously be a problem. And I see that there was a note in there for the old Stewart's lot, right? It's good to kind of keep that there as an item. So, yeah, I don't have an
But again,
issue with
this
that.
is the land use portion of it, the master plan. What you're doing now is you're tweaking an ordinance that's existing that'll probably be, you'll look at it again soon. And then you can have the input from the neighbors, and everybody else can come around, even the property owners, the stakeholders can come and say, hey, look, I need to have this or that. And like I said, the planner split the baby. She put half of it in, half of it out, so you get to a larger lot size before you can go to 4-story. But that's not part of the ordinance you're looking at this evening. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you, Council
Thank you,
President.
Councilman Brescher. Any other council member?
Council President.
Councilman Pointer?
Thank you, Council President. Admittedly, yes, I did do a lot of research on this. I did meet with residents actually on the Thursday after the last meeting. I was lucky enough to have a group of dedicated individuals that took time out of their day, very short notice. I texted at 9 a.m. We had a meeting at 12:30. There were, I think, 5 or 6, and I apologize, I don't know the exact number off the top. This plan, and I will share it with all my colleagues. I was attempting to expedite because of feedback that we have received over the past couple of months. To Councilman Patil's question in regards to consistency with the master plan, my original recommendations I sent out had highlighted items that cross-referenced the master plan to make sure that there was consistency. Whether we discuss type of residential options, whether it's addressing parking on Amboy, whether it's in regards to recommendations for green space, whether it's having a more appropriate design standards. Those, I believe, are addressed in this ordinance's recommendations. For everyone's reference, a couple of back items that I researched. This here is printouts of the zoning map of Amboy Avenue, all 7 different sheets. I went lot by lot to look at what the current widths are, what the current depths are, and utilized my experience and understanding to see what may actually fit and work in there. In regards to feedback from the residents, this was a item brought forth by residents when there was discussions about the J Dynasty and what they would like to see in the neighborhood. In there, it also includes items that they, other recommendations. For instance, why does it have to be mixed use? Maybe it may be more conducive to allow for office buildings. Well, if you look at the current redevelopment plan, the office building type is not allowed to front on Amboy Avenue. One of the recommendations here is to allow for it to be allowed to front Amboy Avenue. I reviewed old plans, whether it be Dr. Kishik's old application for the store slot, or whether it be the Acello building that was built. Additionally, I also looked at 979, which is the gas station being redeveloped, which is a 100 by 200 lot that is a 4-story, has 77 parking spots, and that is the most extensive type of development that you would see on Amboy Avenue. So I tried to look at what's been proposed to make sure that from a economic standpoint, that any modification would still have commercial incentive. I took feedback from the residents to try to make sure that safeguards are implemented so that it is not as obtrusive to the residents, which is one of the reasons for the rear yard setback recommendation, so that instead of it being 40 feet right at the back property, the rear, which is the resident line, it would allow for it to be set back so that it wouldn't be right in front of your face. This addresses parking by allowing for parking to be on the sides based on lot sizes. There's items in there in regards to structured parking, so anything that it has a building that has space above it, if it were used for parking, it can't front Amboy Avenue. So that way it makes sure that things are in the back. If they were to go to the side, then the design of that building would have to be reduced to make it work. I could go on and on about it. I will share all the additional information, but as a resident in the neighborhood, it is my heartfelt belief that these recommendations are the proper balance between resident concern and the economics of the neighborhood. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Pointer. And I agree with Councilman Pointer. He has done his homework and spoke to the residents, and I look forward to passing this ordinance. Anybody, any council members? All right, moving on to number 7, administrative agenda from Mayor. Okay. Administrative agenda from Mayor Sam Joshi, A and B. Any questions or comments? All right, seeing none, moving on to number 8, from the Business Administration. We are removing one, right? We are removing C from here. So it's just A and B. Any question or comments?
Council President,
Yes.
question on A, disaster recovery. Sanya, can you give some details on that? Is this the first time we are doing, or this is every year we do this?
No, it's every year we do it. So separately, we have the FEMA recovery monies that Millennium does, and then the grant stuff. So A is for FEMA recovery monies.
Okay, and disaster recovery is more around the FEMA or?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Councilman Patel. Moving on to number 9, from the Department of Finance, A through D. Any questions or comments? Okay. Moving on to number 10, from the Department of Planning and Engineering, A through I.
Council President?
Councilman Patel?
On I see this bid is coming from year 2022. We are in 2024. Is this the final? Is it because the inspection was delayed, or the bid from 2022, we paved the road in 2023 and we are clearing up these payments?
Sonia?
Councilman Patil is correct. We're clearing up the project, the payment, so this closes it out.
Perfect, thank you.
Council President?
Councilman Brescher?
Yeah, just same item. We're not releasing $2 million right now, correct? That's just the total for the total paving,
Correct. We're just releasing the bond.
the bond, right? So this is already, the dollar amount's been
That's the
paid.
dollar amount of the cost of the project. The bond amount is 84,000 and change.
Okay, so it's the 84,000 is really what we're, okay. Nope, that's it. Thank you.
Moving on to number 11, from the Department of Public Works, A through C. Any questions or comments?
Council President?
Councilman Brescher?
Yes, B. Another, stickler in my mind. B, we have automotive maintenance and repairs. I did talk to Sonia. Sonia did explain to me that they have certain issues with repairs where they have to send things out to get repaired. I still maintain that we have a department and we have manpower, and our manpower is capable to do the repairs. The only thing that they might need might be software type stuff, so they can, read everything that has to be here. And like I said, we're a township. Anything we do, we should be doing, not sending out, to an outside vendor. So I just wanted to go on the record as saying that here we're going to an outside vendor, and I don't agree with that.
Okay.
And that would be it.
Thank you, Councilman Brescher. All right. Moving on to number 12, from the Department of Recreation, A through C. Any questions or comments?
Council President,
Councilman
just
Quinn.
a note, I'm going to ask for 558, which is item C, just to be pulled for a separate vote when it comes up. Thank you.
Sounds good. Any other questions or comments? All right. Moving on to number 13, from the Department of Water and Sewer, A and B. Any questions or comments?
Council President?
Yes.
B. Again, here we have the maintenance and testing for generators. With how many generators do we have overall in the entire township?
So if I could just, 13 in total, as part of your backup. 13 generators.
13 generators in total throughout the township.
Yes.
And this here is under water and sewer, though.
It's for water, sewer, DPW, so it's for various buildings.
Our
It's
firehouses. everything.
firehouses, yeah, a community center, various garages, senior center.
Okay. And I'll tell you what, again, we have $225,000. This is, again, something that I think we should have somebody in-house, being that since I've been sitting up here, I've probably approved 10 generators, I'd say at a minimum. I've only been up here for 5 years, so it looks like every place that every building we have is gonna have a generator within the future. We should have somebody that's dedicated, somebody that's knowledgeable enough to change the oil in the generators, change injectors, rebuild stators. And, to be quite honest with you, I don't think that any of this is really rocket science. And just for the public to know, over the winter, I'm going to be rebuilding a stator in a generator. And I've never done it before. So it's something I think that we could send someone, have them trained, and we can very well do in-house with our own staff. So again, Same issue as the last item. Thank you, Council
Thank you,
President.
Councilmember Brescher. All right, moving on to number 14, from the Chief of Police, A and B. Any questions or comments? All right, seeing none. Moving on to number 15, A. Any questions or comments? All right, so this will be the end of the work session, and we'll be moving to the regular meeting. So moving on to number 16, approval of minutes. May I get a motion to approve?
Council President, I need to abstain from August 26th.
Okay, okay,
Same for me.
okay. Yeah. Yeah, so I'll be abstaining from May 8th, and Councilman Patel and Council Vice President will be abstaining from August 26th. May I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
May I have a second?
Second.
All right, that's a motion by Councilman Pointer, second by Council Vice President. And all in favor? Aye. All right, the meeting's approved. Unfinished business, number 17, ordinance for further consideration and public hearing and final adoption. Madam Clerk, please read ordinance 2232.
An ordinance amending section 36-7, major subdivisions, 36-6.1, sketch plot, application requirements, 36-9.6, preliminary site plans, 36-9.7, final site plan, 27-2.11, large water services, and 36-8.2, preliminary site plan approval of the Code of the Township of Edison to update electronic submission requirements on applications for developments.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This ordinance 2232 will be open to public. Any public that would like to speak to it? All right, seeing none, may I get a motion to close the public portion?
Motion closes.
Second.
All right, so that's motion by Councilman Pointer, second by Council Vice President. Any council comments?
This was that item where we talked about the electronic copies and potentially someone's bedroom and that, and it was kind of like tabled at the time, I believe. Were all those issues taken care of?
I think this one does not require it to be published online. So that's the main difference. Like, so it's essentially the submission of the application is digital, and it's not posted to the website. So not anybody anywhere in the world can access it, which was the main concern that the council had with this on the last time.
Okay. You're sure?
I mean, it's available to you to read.
Yeah, that's the part
I
of
didn't
this
see
that was.
anything that said that, like, it's not available and all of that. So since I didn't see it, but you're telling me it is, that's why I asked you. But to tell me that it's written there, can you show me? Because I didn't see that.
I don't believe it's written in there that it's not available online. It removed that part of it that requires the posting of it online, so that I can't really prove a negative other than to read the ordinance and say that that part's no longer in it. In the old version of it, there was a specific section of the ordinance that required the posting of it and making it available online. That part has been removed.
Okay. All right. I mean, since it's kind of up in the air for me here, I'm okay to vote on it.
Thank you, Councilman Brescher. Any other council comments?
Council President,
Councilman Pointer.
hopefully with the support, I look forward to not having so much paperwork. Thank you.
All right. I hope so too. Moving on to, motion to adopt.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
All right, that's motion by Councilman Patil, second by Council Vice President. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brescher.
No.
Councilmember Coyle.
No.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Patel.
Yes. Moving on to number 18, new business, proposed ordinance public hearing set down for Wednesday, September 25th. Madam Clerk, please read ordinance 2233.
Ordinance amending Section 2-2.13 entitled Addressing the Council of the Township Code by providing for a 4-minute time for the public to speak and providing for no rebuttal time.
All right, may I get a motion to introduce?
Council President,
Councilman Pointer.
I move this ordinance be passed on first reading, published according to law for further consideration and public hearing set down for Wednesday, September 25th, 2024.
May I have a second?
Second.
All right, that's a motion by Councilman Pointer, second by Councilman Shmuel. Any council comments? Well, I think this was already, there's no public comments.
Not on introduction.
Not on introduction. Okay. I think we already had a lengthy discussion, except Councilman Brescher.
Yes. In listening to my colleagues before, you know, the one thing that struck me was that this was really to have more participation in the public. I'd like the public to note that right now we have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Maybe we have under 15 people, which is our norm and has been our norm for the last several years. I don't think people are not going to come because the public speaks too long. So, and then I'd like to just add a little bit of sarcasm in my own way. Okay, what I've noticed over the years is because this council, the way that we act, we don't listen to the public, we disrespect the public, we interrupt the public. The public comes to multiple meetings to not get a question answered, okay? Even though, you know, they go to the administration and it's not our job, but the council that meets the public should do the follow-up to make sure that the administration is doing that at that little bit. Because of that, I have noticed over my time here lately, certain people aren't even here. There were staples that we had. You know, we had Lois Wilkie. We had Bruce Diamond. We had Walter Stoschel. Okay, these are people in our community that have cared about our town for many, many, many years. I was young and watched them here when I was younger. So these people no longer come, okay? And what this council has gotten to save has been 18 minutes because each one of them could speak for 6 minutes. So I'm going to ask the people that are thinking about voting yes to, out of the 15 people, only 5 will probably speak today. That's 10 minutes. You're still up 8 minutes from the people that this body has offended that no longer come to the meeting. So we're still up 8 minutes. So I'm going to ask the people that would think about voting yes to rethink about those thoughts and give it back to the people. I don't think us staying here a couple minutes longer is really that critical overall. I had a resident tell me that they actually called me to thank me today. Another bit of sarcasm. Because they said, we come there and you don't listen to us. The administration doesn't listen to us. Nobody gets us answers. And by you cutting it down to 4 minutes, you're saving me 2 minutes of my life that I don't have to waste any longer. And it was sad to hear that from a resident that called me about it. You know, I mean, them, I told them I'm not going to support it. But just overall, it's the sentiment of the residents out there. And that would be it, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Brescher. Any other council members? All right. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brescher.
No.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
No.
Councilmember Patil.
No.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Patel.
Yes. Madam Clerk, please, I will have silence, please. Madam Clerk, please read ordinance 2234.
An ordinance amending the Amboy Avenue redevelopment plan by modifying several sections in the overlay district pursuant to the provisions of NJSA 48:12A-7.
All right, may I have a motion to introduce?
I move this ordinance be passed on first reading, published according to law for further consideration, public hearing set down for Wednesday, September 25th.
May I have a second?
Seconded.
Okay, so that's a motion by Council Vice President, second by Councilman Patil. Any council comments? All right,
Council
seeing-
President,
Councilman Pointer.
I noticed an item, and I'm going to actually ask if it's possible to amend. And the reason being, building type 3, when I was reviewing with the residents and everything, was to allow for that opportunity to be present for current single-family properties that are fronting Amboy Avenue. But in quick review again, it seems that I lapsed in not specifying that building type 3 can front Amboy Avenue, subject that it is a residential property. The redevelopment plan itself right now says that any of these building types can only be applicable to the buildings that are LB, which is light business. So I don't know if we're able to do that or if it can be recommended for the planning board.
do that, right, legal?
Yeah, it hasn't been introduced yet. You want to request that the ordinance for introduction be amended. Sorry, I'm just making sure they've got the correct line here. Section 1, building type 3 residential shall be permitted to front Amboy Avenue.
Yes, where it says the minimum width would be 35 feet, but just provided that that building would only be able to be applicable on a residential property that is currently on Amboy Avenue, which right now there are several lots. If it's something that would cause hiccup, then I will pull
I'm just
that.
not sure I understand. So building type 3 residential, that's a permitted building type in the zone,
But
right?
only for specific buildings that are residential already.
So a new residential building type 3 that doesn't currently exist would not be permitted to front on Amboy Ave, is what you're saying?
No, they would be able to. So right now, to the right of the coffee house, there are 3 duplexes right next to it, right? Those are residential properties. Right now, how this is currently written, the residential property could go where the coffee house is. I think the intent with my discussion with the residents is that that building would be allowed on Amboy, but only at those residential properties which are to the right of it.
Only
Yeah,
for pre-existing residential properties?
Yes. Amboy is a mixture of business, residential,
So you
institution.
don't want the current commercial or properties to be supplanted by residential type 3 on Amboy Ave?
Yes, commercial property is not supplanted by residential type 3.
Shall be permitted minimum lot width is 35 feet.
Can we do it? No, we're in
But Council President, we don't need to amend now, we can.
Okay,
change,
that's a
we just
fair-
move
We can
ahead.
actually,
We'll come back, yes.
we can,
I don't
I
think
believe
it's a
we can amend that
substantial.
prior to the, yeah,
Okay.
we can amend that prior to the final vote on the resolution on the
I
27th.
just want to
or
make sure it's
25th.
on the record.
Yeah, that is a minor change. We can amend that prior to the final vote. Yeah.
Thank you,
So I just
Council
want to make
President.
sure I understood what we were talking about.
Yeah,
first
and
before.
I can, yeah.
Okay, all right, I'm glad that's taken care of.
Okay, so this is the section he's going to
Amend, yes, okay.
before we end.
I'm lost as to where we are. Okay, council comments. Any other council comments? All right, seeing none, Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes to introduce.
Councilmember Coyle.
No.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes, to introduce.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Patel.
Yes. Okay, now moving on to number 19, public comments on the resolution. Okay. Anyone that would like to speak specifically on the resolutions? You can come on. Yeah. That's fine.
Good evening.
Name and address, please.
Anthony DiPasquale, 2 Pine Street,
You're
New
recognized.
Jersey. Thank you. So I was home watching the opening of this meeting, and I was kind of surprised that this is coming back again, the 4-minute. Because last time I spoke, and a resident actually called.
This is not the resolution. That's an ordinance.
So procedurally, these are your comments right
Part of the
now.
resolution section.
No. That is an ordinance. These are the resolutions. The public discussion on the ordinance would take place at the meeting that it is introduced for, or since you are here tonight, there is a public portion where you can make oral petitions and remarks where you're free to comment on anything at all.
So even though it's under the resolution headings, it's not, you're not able to
It's-
speak because it's
it's
under
not-
the heading.
It's not under the resolution headings.
No, it is on the paper.
so
It's under the
well, I
resolution.
understand- I
heading. So your
understand.
format is incorrect. Let me finish then, if I'm up here. Your format is incorrect then. So you guys need to change your format because
point of
it's
order.
under the resolutions.
Point of order. You are, let me finish. It is an ordinance. You will not be able to speak to it now. You can wait till 21 if you would like to speak to it. If you would like to speak to it, you can speak on it when we get to number 21.
Okay.
Right now, you will not be able to speak to it. Come on up, Kristen.
Am I recognized?
Name and address?
Fourth Amendment, may I continue?
Sure.
Thank you. Quick clarification, the 4 to 6 minute thing, not on the resolutions, we can speak about that later, right?
On 21.
Okay, on 21, all right. I just want to make sure. So just everything on 20 right now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I'm against everything. There's not one thing on 4 and proposed resolutions 20. Through the chair to Councilman Brescher, I cannot find one thing that stands out to me that's like, oh, I would really love to have this on the agenda. So, you know, I don't know, maybe you can prove me wrong, but until then, you know, I'm not a computer. I can't really read through everything in a millisecond. But what really caught my eye is R56092-024. Now, I am not going to be making any, what were those statements they said I made last time? I'm not going to be making any attacks on anybody right now. I am only merely stating my opinion for R564-092024. I know you want me to be as quick as possible, but at the end of the day, my time is my time. I don't tell anyone else what to do on their time. Resolution providing the municipal council's advice and consent to the appointment by the Mayor Malia Reichman as judge of the municipal court of the township. Through the chair, the Councilman Brescher. Never heard of this woman. Obviously I don't have anything against her. But the last time Sam Joshi put somebody on the agenda, it happened to be one of his sister's best friend, who her brother also happens to be on one of his boards. So I really hope with Resolution 564, we're not adding someone who happens to be the mayor's friends, and we can hire somebody like Chief Bryan or the fire chief that they're officers of the court, and they take very seriously their responsibility. And I don't know why you're trying to record me right now, Councilman Quell, even though it's your constitutionally protected activity. I'm going to continue on with the resolutions. I don't want to get off track with him recording me right now. But you should really do your gavel because that's out of the ordinary. It's against the quorum. It's against the quorum.
Please speak to the.
I apologize. It's against the quorum, though. The last woman that he appointed, it wasn't Miss Malia Reichman, but it was somebody who had no reason. She had a conflict of interest, and for whatever reason, she went after all my father's cases. So yes, no, I'm talking because if Malia Reichman is the same kind of hire, she's going to be doing the same things as Judge Didia is doing, and I'm trying to put a halt to that. I'm not attacking anybody personally. All I'm saying is I want fair treatment here in Edison for everybody. I'm not attacking anybody, Chief Bryan. All I'm saying is if the last time we hire someone that's his sister's best friend and all of a sudden she starts attacking his personal enemies, red flags get raised. So I really hope this Miss Malia Reichman is a true officer of the court, truly respects the United States Constitution, and gives everyone a fair shot. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Nobody attacked anybody. The same way I never attacked the BA the last time I was here. But they abused their power and authority. How much time do I have left, Marlena? A minute and a half? Didn't you guys say that I was going to be able to see some kind of speaker, timer? Where's the timer?
That's going to be in the future.
Okay.
It's a work in progress.
Okay, thank you. How much time do I have left?
Minute and 29 seconds.
A minute and 29 seconds is not enough to expose the corruption throughout Resolution 20, because it's just so many of them. So many of them. I'm against this Kavita Rawat for a recreation trip, $150. He can pay for his own recreation trip. I don't understand why we, the taxpayers, have to pay for him to go out somewhere. And at the end of the day, you guys broke one of my computers. Did you guys ever pay for that? No. So why are we paying for this Mr. Kavita Rawat to go on a trip for $150? It seems rather strange to me. And the amount of more furnishings for $285,000. What is this? Automotive maintenance, $285,000. No, let every single vehicle break down. I want the police vehicles to break down. If the police vehicles break down, guess what? No one's gonna come down my street and harass me anymore. How much time do I have left, Marlena?
14 seconds.
14 seconds. God bless America. Mr. Asaf Shmuel, I understand you might not like what I say, but I have every right to what I'm saying. And I used to say these things long before you ever came on the council, so please have respect for members of the public. Thank you.
Anyone else wants to speak on the resolutions? Joyce?
Joyce Ship, 41 Main Street. Nice that listening to someone that's polite. Thank you. I admire that. Resolution 536. I'd like to know how much money do we receive each year from the CDBG grants? Okay. 537. The turf field improvements and authorizes final contract with payment. Is this extra money again that we're paying for that turf field? Number 3, resolution I would like to know the names of the streets, because some people say they don't even have the names of the other streets that were paved. all
Which
right?
resolution was that to?
You're interrupting me.
Sorry.
I mean, if I only got 4 minutes, geez, I gotta go.
Sorry.
Okay? And I found out that the resolution authorizing the fee permit waiver for Edison Medical Building was that in on Amboy Avenue. It just perplexes me that we're paying for that. I'm glad we're paying for that because we own the building, but we can't pay the $82,000 for the library. I don't know why we're trying to choke the life out the library. I don't know. Thank you.
Okay. I just wanted to get clarification on the questions, if you don't mind. If you still have time, you can speak.
Yeah.
So we can make sure we can answer your questions properly.
Yeah, Council President, Council President, yes. Council President wasn't here when you were asking those questions. Can you just go over that one more time?
Guess what? And when you tell me about the 4 minutes and stuff like that, if you can't process the information quick enough, for the 4 minutes you'll be asking me over and over and over again. So do your algorithm on that, okay? I asked for the information in 536 about the money we receive for community block grants yearly. Okay.
Information.
I asked 537. I asked about the synthetic turf field improvement and whatever, is that it added now another $149,000 for that. And I asked about the names of the streets that we're resurfacing. Because some people said they didn't get the other streets resurfaced, and you told us last week that y'all put the money back because you couldn't do something from 2010, something you said. And then I spoke on that while you were there about the building being fixed. And there's no problem with that. I think that's that's always good, because for the Edison emergency thing and the Clara
What
Bart,
resolution is
that's
the
good.
building?
That was 563.
563. Okay, so the questions are information needed on R536, the synthetic addition cost, the list of streets paving on R538, and on 563, I believe something about a building I didn't quite catch. I hope you got it, Sonia. Would you mind answering any of them?
Sure. 536, so what we're allocating for 2024, fiscal year 2024, it's $674,000 for the projects listed on the backup. We've received several million, including some COVID funds, and those are going to get pretty flushed out as we speak. So it's been several millions that we've received in CDBG in total, but for this year, we're allocating $674,000. With regard to the 537, that's just closing out the project, so there's no extra money. This isn't a change order. This is just to close out the project. 538, I believe we've listed those 2022 roads. I can certainly recirculate that if you wish.
Okay. And then, did you catch the question on 564? I mean, 563? About the building?
I did not hear a
I don't
question to
think
that.
there was a question there, okay. All right, good. Moving on, anybody else that would like to speak? You can come on up.
Marianne Hennessy, Edison.
You're recognized.
Thank you. First of all, it's something I normally say at the beginning of the year, but I didn't this year, so I'm going to say it now. When I come up here to address the council, I address it in a business-like manner. I do not go after any one of you as a person. I will go after you in the position you're holding and the reasoning and your decisions. I just want that abundantly clear. I have a question regarding 529. My question is, at one point, we had an in-house person. One was a gentleman who was very, very nice and passed away. After he passed away, we had a woman who did the grants. Do we have an in-house person doing the grants?
Okay, any other questions, Ms. Hennessy?
Oh, yeah, I do. I just wanted to get that across. Resolution 564, the judge. Are we replacing an existing judge? Because if you look at the chart for the township, it doesn't show 3 or 4 judges. I believe it's only 2. You have more on the prosecutor and part. And I just wanted to know, is she a new hire and creating a judgeship, or is a judge retiring or leaving? You'll probably shoot me down on this one, but my comment has to do with the appearance under the business administrator for the time to speak.
Unfortunately, that will be considered an ordinance, and you will not be able to speak to that, particularly today. But you can speak up to it on
On the 25th.
21, or you can speak on it later today.
I can speak on it later today.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much for your clarification on that. I would like to thank Margot very much for what you said regarding the issue. And AJ, the same way. Mr. Brescher, the same way. I recognize what the others are, and I'm not happy with you, and I'm not the only one.
So the questions are for R529, whether do we have an in-house person?
We do not have an in-house person, and the person that was here a couple years ago was not doing what Millennium does. So this has been ongoing for several years, having Millennium here.
And I think
Regarding the judgeship, I believe that's three-year appointment, and Mr. Burns can speak to that.
My understanding is that the ordinance actually calls for the township to have 3 judges, and there's currently only 2. If I understood correctly, the administrative office of the courts actually indicates that we have to fill the ordinance. So there may be other replacements coming at some point. I have no idea about that part, whether or not a judge intends to retire, but for this judge, they are filling that 3rd slot that exists in the ordinance. Yeah, it already exists in the ordinance.
Okay. Any other one? Anyone else? Yes.
I don't think he would.
Elizabeth Conway, 20 Netherwood Circle.
You're recognized.
My question is also to Resolution 529-09-2024. And it says in an amount not to exceed $78,000. Is that for a given year? What period of time are we spending that money up to and including?
Okay. Any other questions?
The second part of that question is, I did hear that we have used this company before. So what I'm wondering is if it's a $78,000 per annum, how much have they made back for us? So if we're paying them $78,000, are they giving back hopefully a lot more than 78 to generate? Otherwise, look for somebody else. So that's what I'm.
Okay.
What's the time frame for the $78,000?
Okay. Sonia, so is 78,000 per annum, and
It's a 12-month contract, and I can give you an exact amount. It's in your packet, but I would say in the near 4 million we've had just in the last couple of years for Millennium, if not more. So we're really happy with their product.
Okay.
Our return is pretty
pretty good. For
pretty good.
78,000, we get 4 million. That's not bad. Okay. Anybody else that would like to speak on the resolution? All right, seeing none, can I get a
Motion to close the public portion.
May I have a second?
Second.
All right, that's a motion by Councilman Coyle, second by Council Vice President. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. For number 20, anything to pull for a separate vote? I know Councilman Pointer suggests, which number was that?
Number 558.
558. 558 for Councilman John Pointer. Anybody else would like to pull anything out?
I'll try 537, 553, and 560.
Anything else? Or we're good?
No.
Okay, so we have 537, 553, and 560 being pulled by Councilman Brescher. Anybody else would like to pull it? Anything? All right. Seeing none, the consent agenda will be our Resolution 524 to Resolution 564 minus Resolution 558, Resolution 537, Resolution 553, and Resolution 560. May I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All right, that's a motion by Councilman Patil, second by Council Vice President. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Patel.
Yes. I know you just wanted to abstain, Councilman Pointer. Would you like to make a comment on R58?
Yeah, just the reason why I'm abstaining is my daughter is now in the program, and I don't want any view of conflict.
Makes sense. All right, so Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call for, can I get a motion to approve Resolution 5?
Second.
That's a motion by Councilman Patil, second by Council Vice President. Madam Clerk?
558.
558. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer.
Abstain.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Patel.
Yes. Councilman Brescher, we can start in order. Resolution 537. Or do
Okay.
you want to do it together or separate?
537 separately.
Okay.
We could. 537, I have a question for the business administrator, which I guess may go to the rec department or something like that. As I've stated many, many times about turf fields and, you know, not just the danger of it being plastic and rubber and not healthy for humans. I'm also aware that turf fields are different than grass as far as when you run on them and when you play on them. Being that children grow up their whole lives playing on grass, I don't believe that the rec department or the football or baseball organizations need to teach children how to run on grass, right? I mean, they spent their whole lives before they got there learning how to do that. But turf, so many knee and ankle injuries that happen to children, right? And they get hurt as children. It follows them through to college. And then when they're my age, they need knee surgeries. And, you know, like I said, I know someone from Mississippi State that, you know, great player, got hurt on turf. So where are we as far as legally and with the township, you know, in instructing people, especially our youth, you know, in how to run on this new type of grass?
As far as any sort of liability, our GIF we're covered through our GIF.
Well, listen, when okay, now that was an offensive statement, okay? And when you say
I
that,
apologize.
No, but let me tell you where I go with that. What I mean by that is, yes, I'm sure somebody will pay, right? The GIF will pay, Edison Township will pay. That's not my concern. My concern was with the child's welfare and well-being, you know, as far as not being trained to run, cut, you know, whatever they do on those fields that they can't do on the turf fields compared to grass.
So from a legal standpoint, there is limited liability with respect to that, at least on the part of the township, due to the assumption of the risk of anyone engaged in activities on a turf field, depending on what program they're there for, even if they choose to go there on their own when there is no program going on. Turf fields are fairly common. It is especially common if you have ever seen one of the complexes like Sportica down in Manalapan Township, where it's an indoor covered dome-like environment. That doesn't reflect on the township necessarily, other than whether or not there is some sort of failure in maintenance or other thing that would actually make the township liable, rather than just engaged in general sporting activities. It's no more liability than the township having a football program or having a baseball program or a cricket program.
Okay, so
legally, that's where we stand. I can't speak to the safety of the children or anything like that. I'm just not versed in what's being done there.
With football programs or baseball programs, there's instruction given to the children. With this new type of synthetic turf that we're putting out, which our people aren't used to playing on, you know, well, you may play it in Manalapan or wherever you might live, right? Or you might have played it in college at the time. I don't know that our children are. And to me, if I was a child, right, and I went and I split open my knee and need knee surgery at the age of, let's say, 13 or something, with no instruction, yeah, I'm going to look to blame an adult. Either the person that approved it, right, the one that was instructing me. So that's where I'm going. So I just want to know, like, do we give any instruction?
And that may be the case, but it's no different than, let's say, if your football coach doesn't tell you, hey, by the way, don't, you know, spearhead someone, you might break your neck.
Right.
So that it's no greater a liability than any other kind of sports program.
Okay.
I think there was a second part to that question, though.
No, that was really it. It was
No,
really,
not the legal aspect. There was a.
Well, the training. It was really like, do we do any kind of training?
Council President. Do you want to do everything together?
Yeah, you can do them. Yes.
I just want,
He wanted to do this one separate.
Separate, okay.
I just want to separately comment. First, I appreciate the councilman's remarks, but I did have the chance to go to the pep rally at the Edison Jets field, and I share listening to my council colleagues' comments, and I did ask, are you happy with the fields, the difference, and
natural grass and the turf. They're satisfied, they're very happy for a lot of reasons, but in the same breath, no different when you play in the grass, you have the same chance of slipping and moving, and whether we cut differently or we have our grass perfect, some of the conditions fall into the same liability. But they told me personally they're extremely happy with the turf field. Just wanted to share that with this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Coyle. So I will do this one separate, right?
Yes.
All right, may I get a motion to approve Resolution 537?
Motion to approve?
May I have a second?
Seconded.
Okay, so that's a motion by Council Vice President, second by Councilman Patil. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brusher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Patel.
Yes. All right, Councilman Brusher, would you like to do our 553 and 560 together?
Yes, you can do them together.
Okay,
I
so,
don't need to comment on it. I commented earlier.
okay, sounds good. So can we get a motion to approve resolution, or anybody else would like to comment on 553 and 560? All right, may I get a motion to approve resolution 553 and 560?
Motion to approve.
May I have a second?
Second it.
All right, that's motion by Councilman Patil, second by Council Pointer. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brusher.
No.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Patel.
Yes. All right, moving on to number 21, and this is the oral petition and remarks. And we will take comments from, come on. Oh, I thought you raised your hand. Never mind. Anybody would like to speak?
First of all, I'd like to say,
Name and address, please. Sorry.
Jerry Ship Freeman, 41 Main Street.
You're recognized.
First of all, I would like to say, I don't know if you people were being around or not, but the council people who only made $600 like a month, they were very, very poorly paid. They stayed at these meetings and sometimes at 2 o'clock in the morning. Now we have a group that makes $20,000. We got the lawyer making almost $1 million. We got the BA making close to $250,000. But the only people that can't talk is the people who paying the bills. That is so weird. It's so strange to me. And the thing that another thing I don't like, I like community policing, but I don't like it when our police are being turned into terrorizers against senior citizens. That doesn't bode well with the public. I've been in other towns this week and they say, whoa, you got the police all the time at the necks of these senior citizens at all. And then they talking about, talking about time. Are you kidding me? The amount of time these people waste up here back and forth and the rude and nasty and disdain that you have for the people when they come up here, that's sickening, very sickening. Especially, the salary you're getting is ridiculous, okay? You're getting more than a person gets on a part-time job in America. $20,000 is a lot of money. And you act like you don't want to stay 6 minutes longer for all that money? And you sit there and you're smug and you say, yeah, oh, I timed you. And you did like 4 minutes and you did 5 minutes. I listened to some of y'all. Took you like 8 to 10 minutes to express what you were talking about when you're not really up on top of stuff, all right? And I don't get that if I can go to school and I'll tell the principal, hey, I can't control my class, so can I have it half a day instead of the whole day and get the same pay? That's ridiculous at all. If you don't have the ability to control stuff, you shouldn't sit in a high seat. That's just my explanation for it. And I think that it's just plain out, it's just like very, very sad and very, very rude that you think that you're so above the people that you cannot spend at least 5 or 6 minutes just listening to the people from the community. That's all, at all. And I know for a fact, I've seen adjunct professors make way less money than all of you. Stay at the meetings out, stay there the whole night, do extra work on the weekends. But no. I just don't get it. And then the whole game that you're playing with the 4 minutes. Now, if I ask questions and you're unable to process it and comprehend it at the time, I have to say it over and over again so that you take all my time away doing that. That wasn't figured in with your algorithm, okay? That's the problem. Now, what somebody told me to ask you was how much open space fund money was spent on the splash park? What is the survey all about for $1.4 million? And why is 10K added for signs additional? That's from the open space. Okay. And they was telling me also that seniors who may have problems because of the acoustics in the building, without carpeting, these walls bounce back and forth over and over again. All right? And you're talking to a person that's been in front of people my whole life. That's my career. And I'm saying it's very sad. And it's the part that kills me about certain people. I thought you were for freedom of speech. I didn't know you were going to be that person. I didn't know Edison was going to turn into a communist place like this. And the amount of people that come to this meeting, maybe 10, and only 5 speak. And you want to limit that 5 people that speak. You should be ashamed of yourself, really ashamed of yourself. This is really, really disgusting and heartbreaking. And I'm sorry that our police officers are treated the way they are. I speak to those young men. They are very, very good people. And I don't like people making them into terrorists for old people. Thank you.
Okay, so just to repeat the question, how the open space fund, 1.4 million was used for a study. Can you explain that? And something with the Kincaid sign, was that additional? I hope I captured the question correctly. Sonia, if you want to correct it, you're more than welcome to.
Sure. The question, as I understood, was with regard to Green Acres funding.
Just one sec, Sonia. It's still Council.
The Open Space Fund.
Okay, and Open Space Fund, the $1.4 million study.
They want to know how much the Open Space Fund was spent on the splash park. And they want to know what was the survey that was designed for $1.4 million. And they want to know about the 10K for signs that are additional for the splash park.
Okay, so
You got that?
I think so. We got it.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Sonia.
Sure. So the grant agreement that we have with the county open space, that is 1.5. That's what we received for the splash park. With regard to the amounts for signage, I'm not sure what the question actually is. Is the question whether we spent the funding or are we going to spend the funding?
Okay, and the 1.4 you said we got from county?
1.5. It's through the county open space, yes.
Okay.
And you all accepted that?
Last meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, last week.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Anybody else would like to speak? Come on up.
Thank you for recognizing me.
All right. You're recognized.
The first question I'd like to ask, and through the chair, anyone can answer that question, even people over here. What law does it say that you cannot wear a mask at a council meeting?
What law does it state?
Yes, what law states that you cannot wear a mask at the council meeting? Because you guys always insinuate that such a law exists, but then you never let us know what it is. So this way we can do our research on it.
What? Any other question?
No, I think that's very important. The last 2 times you guys lied, said that there was a law that says we cannot wear a mask. And I'd like you to clarify yourself.
Well,
And if there was such a law that says you can't wear a mask, why am I wearing a mask right now?
Do you have any?
So to me, it seems you pick and choose which masks you like and which masks you don't like. Through the chair, to Councilman Joe Coyle. Joe Coyle, I was thinking, you ever see the movie Alien vs. Predator? I'm thinking about getting the alien freaking mask. Are you gonna give me a hard time for that too? You know, are you gonna give me a hard time for that too? What if I walk in with, some kind of mask where I wrap an apple around my mouth and I just gag my mouth? Would that mask then be appropriate? I mean, is there a list of masks that are appropriate and not appropriate? And because I think you violated my right the last time. The last time I was here, I did not attack the BA. There was no reason for me to attack her. I just wanted to use my time and say she never gave me any meetings. I mean, if you feel that's a personal attack, my God, there's so many other things in this world. Am I allowed to wear this mask?
I can answer that. Do you have any more questions?
You don't know. Am I allowed to wear this mask? Obviously, because I'm still up here. Am I allowed to wear this mask?
No.
Huh?
No.
No? And what reason would that be?
Well, if
Can you,
you're done, I can.
Council President, if I may?
Sure.
So can you stop his time, please? Just so I can
you very
address
much.
this issue.
Thank you very much for stopping the time.
Certainly, it's.
Thank you.
So the speaker has actually provided the township with a notice of an intent to sue with respect to violations of his free speech rights. Any of these questions with respect to his masks, his right to speak, his time limits, I would advise against the council addressing, at least in the context of potential litigation. You can restart his time, Marlon. Sorry.
Oh, was my time restarted?
Yes.
Oh, good, because once I'm recognized, Lozman versus Riviera Supreme Court ruling kicks in, and that's why the last time I walked away.
Sir, I would like you
sir.
to please take off the mask. You can continue speaking. I would like to hear.
Speak. Thank you for allowing me to continue speaking. I love everybody, whether I wear the black
please.
mask or whether I wear this mask.
Officers.
I still love everybody, and you know, for me, this is my first. I want people to know this. This is my religious mask. This is my religious mask. I'm putting it on the record right now.
Yes.
This is my religious mask. I told Internal Affairs. Are you violating my religious rights? Are you violating my religious rights? We'll talk out there, no problem. Can I get my back, please? I think some people sound confused. I told Internal, please don't touch me. I told Internal Affairs that this is my religion, and you're violating my religious rights right now.
Can I wait till he's done?
Wait, yes.
Okay, wait for the lawsuit. This is gonna be the third one.
Tony DePasquale, 2 Pine Street.
You're
Start this
recognized,
again.
Tony.
Thank you. So, as I was saying before, I was sitting home and heard the council meeting because I watch all the council meetings. And I was kind of surprised that this was brought up again. Because I totally disagree with this ordinance. And the reason that I do is, and I'm sure thought went into this, I'm not trying to insult anybody, but you're wanting the residents to be concise with what they speak about. Leaders lead by example. Those on the dais are not doing that. You have people that speak for 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and they could easily make a list of the points, and they can make that point in 2 minutes or 3 minutes, but the law allows them to speak as much as they want. I get that. But you guys are trying to make an ordinance to shorten the time of the residents. Now, in my thought, I think it's a little hypocritical that you would actually do that, because you have all the time in the world to speak about what you want to speak about, because the law allows that. But the 6 minutes, okay, you can say 30 seconds, 1 minute, okay, but the residents, this is their time to come and speak to the council, and you are limiting that time. And if the reason for this is based on efficiency, time efficiency, well then you're not looking at each one of you and the efficiency you could bring to these meetings in shortening the time that you speak, even though the law allows you to speak that much. Well, why don't you guys be respectful to everybody and make it 2 minutes? I've been here where there's been one point that it was going on for 15 minutes by a council person. And they weren't trying to make their case, they were just speaking about it. They just kept on talking and talking. So I don't understand what the real reasoning is for cutting this down. If you're all looking for transparency, which I'm sure you are looking for transparency, give the residents as much time as you can to be transparent about their issues, just like you all are trying to be transparent about your issues and convincing your other council members. This is our time to convince council members about issues that we might disagree with or that we have. And you are, again, you're cutting our time in doing that. Okay, it's just that a court trial, if a judge is gonna tell a lawyer, you have 10 minutes, that's all you have to speak. But the judge can speak as long as they want. You guys are doing the same thing. You guys are cutting the time. Again, the idea of efficiency, that doesn't work, because if it was efficient, the whole meeting could be an hour long, and that's it. So that's what I think you guys should actually look at. Okay, give the residents the time, give them 6 minutes, give them 7 minutes, and you guys all look at your times. I mean, you guys are talking Mr. Bignell for 15 minutes. You could have easily had that. Here's something that I find hypocritical. You're saying that we can talk to council people outside of the meeting. Well, yeah, that's true. You can all talk to the officials outside of the meeting, come here with a summary of that discussion, and you can make it 2 minutes. So when you look at it, you really need to look and lead by example of what you want the residents to do. Now, if you were going to say that, yes, we are going to limit the times that the council people can speak. If you were going to do that, and then you were going to cut it down to 4 minutes, I'd say, great. That's fair now. That's giving each of us, the residents and you guys, a part in making this meeting efficient. Again, if it's all about efficiency, then hey, that's great, let's do it. But I don't know what else the other reason would be. I truthfully don't believe you guys are trying to stop the residents from being transparent in their message to you guys. Because again, this is the time when it's on the record. This is the time when everybody can see it. I can go back to the recording. If not, I'm going to bring my phone with me, and I'm going to talk to each one of you and record you and our conversation so I have it on record. But that's awkward because you wouldn't give me all the answers I'm looking for. That's the problem here. That's why I'm saying it looks hypocritical. If you don't intentionally mean it to be that way, it looks that way. It looks like you're stopping the residents from giving them time to convey with you guys issues on the record and with other audience here. So I really think before this vote happens, you really should look at the true reason why you're doing this, and I really don't think you should cut the time at all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hennessy.
Mary Ann Hennessy,
You're
Edison.
recognized.
I would like to say I back up everything that gentleman said. When you sit here and look at the meeting today, or you're at home and you look at the meeting today, your conversation goes to him. His conversation comes back to you. He interjects something and he answers. That's exactly what goes on all the time. You have more time up there than we do. Even the attorney has more time up there than we do. And that's what bothers me, and the fact that you're taking away the time that should be ours to tell you what our concerns are. Really, I mean, personally, I find it a mini dictatorship, and you're taking away my right to rebut something. That's wrong because you rebut back and forth with each other, and we sit here and have to listen to it. And we're not allowed to tell you, shut up, you've gone beyond your 4 minutes, or you've gone beyond your 6, or you have no right to interject anything. That appears to anyone who's looking at this meeting, and it doesn't necessarily have to be on the Edison TV. It could be on the YouTube. And they're looking at it and they're thinking, oh my goodness gracious, are they really that picky and afraid to hear what a resident has to say and has the right to rebut, whether it's from you or a resident? I'm seeing it, other people are seeing it, and it does not look good. It honestly looks like you are trying to control us. You don't want to hear what we have to say because sometimes it's, quote, insulting to you. Well, that's too bad. You're supposed to be working for us. And when you limit what we can say, as I said before, it looks like a dictatorship starting. So please consider the fact that we as the residents have a right, because this is the only way we can get anything across to you people. We can call you, but it doesn't mean anything. Because if I call you, I'm only talking to you. I don't know how you, AJ, feel about what I say to Mr. Brusher. I have no knowledge on that. You talk within the administration. We don't know what's going on. We don't know what you're hearing from the business administrator that maybe we should be hearing. It's dead silence. And I'm sorry, I have lived in this town for more than 50 years, and I have never felt as insulted as I do now because of not all of the council, but a majority of the council. And I would never bounce around in my chair while someone is talking. You may be the lawyer, but I've seen you staring at the ceiling, having conversation here, bouncing around in your chair, and even smirking. And I'm a resident, and I pay your legal fees. I pay them. So does everybody else that sits in this audience. And the respect and the lack of respect is not really appreciated. But because you come from a law firm and not an individual lawyer's office, you behave that way. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Hennessy.
Ron Loeffler, 6 Nancy Circle, Edison.
You're recognized.
Thank you. I'm not necessarily here for my 6 minutes. I'm here for the people of this township's 6 minutes at the council meetings. Last time this was introduced was 2 years ago, June of 2022, and we've had 6 minutes since. And I don't see where we went sideways with those 6 minutes. And 2 years prior to that, we've had 6 minutes. And before that, and we've had 6 minutes, and the people that need 6 minutes use it. The people that don't, don't. I've written things down week after week when I've come to council meetings, and I've tried to chisel down what I had to say to 6 minutes. And not just in this forum, in other forums, you know, where there's the zoning board, where they had a time limit, or the planning board didn't. So, Council President, you asked, why is 6 ideal? We can't answer that question. Why isn't it ideal? Why is 4? Why is 2? Why isn't 4.5? Why is 5? So ideal is it's working. Something else might not be working, but the 6 minutes works. One of the things I've thought about was a lot of the population of this town, English is not their primary language. So we need more time. They would need more time to come up here and express themselves. And we've seen that where somebody was trying to explain themselves and had to repeat themselves or get some help, and you take it offline. After the 6 minutes, you take it further offline. So obviously 6 minutes for some people is not enough time. There was a council person that asked or mentioned how much other council people spoke on the issue to prove that 6 minutes is enough. Well, on one singular issue, yes, 6 minutes might be too much on one issue, 30 seconds, 2 minutes, 4 minutes, but 6 minutes on a multitude of issues may not be enough time. 30 seconds definitely isn't. You're changing legislation to not hear the constituents speak. That's huge. You guys are here, and girls, apologize, are here for us, to hear us. Every 2 weeks, every 4 weeks, whatever the case may be. And depending on your workload, whether it's 20-page agenda, which we might not have 2 minutes to speak, couple weeks ago, you had a 70-something pager. Today's a 50-something pager. So the more workload you give, the more the people behind me want to speak about it, or other issues that they have, throughout time. Which brings me to another issue. I've emailed a lot of you regarding an issue that persists in town. So enough about the 6 minutes. I sent an email hoping that somebody would put this on their discussion items, and nobody had. I was writing concerning an ongoing concern with residents in South Edison neighborhood on Old Post Road. As some of you may know, Ray Katina has an ongoing application at the Edison Zoning Board, and I assure you that I will not speak about any specifics of that zoning board agenda. So how can you help the residents? Notwithstanding the ongoing zoning board application, has Ray Katina been in violation of Edison zoning ordinances for some time with their existing condition of operating a parking lot on residentially zoned property? What, if anything, has been done to remedy the situation by zoning officials? Have there been any fines levied? Has there been any cease and desist letters by the zoning officials or township attorney? It seems that the Ray Katina dealerships on Route 1 have been operating with impunity. In my opinion, in fact, this is the case. Their illegal occupation of residentially zoned property needs to stop until such a time that the independent zoning board decision is made. I sent everybody a picture where you see a parking lot in the backyard of a residentially zoned property. They're in the front of the zoning board now, meaning they have no prior approvals to be there, okay? So can the council please obtain information and answers regarding this, any enforcement from the appropriate agencies by the next council meeting? So I sent this out last Tuesday before discussion items were due for this meeting, hoping that somebody would have answers, have it on the discussion item, that it would be brought up. And this is just, I sent a letter. I took it offline. And I waited.
Guys, 1 minute.
And I'm done.
Thank you. Sonia? The question is the Ray Katina a zoning violation? And has zoning done anything in regards to it?
So I did not receive that request. Rather, I will check first thing with our zoning folks if there were any violations issued, and I will certainly pass that information on to the council.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Good evening. Thomas Leckie, Netherwood Circle.
You recognize.
Just want to keep on everybody's radar the issue that I have with the adult cricket players at John Adams Middle School. Want to make sure that stays on everybody's radar and what we can do to eliminate that. Secondly, I want to thank whoever, police department or whoever, for putting a sign up in front of John Adams Middle School asking the parents not to stop, not to stand, and creating an issue with traffic flow on New Dover Road. Talking about the 4 minutes or the 4-minute time limit that you want to impose, that the council or the town wants to impose on its speakers, I think it's an injustice. It's stifling all to go and basically control a few. I don't think it's right. I come up here, maybe it takes me a little bit longer, as was mentioned earlier, to formulate my thoughts. I don't have anything written down, but to go into, keep everybody to limit to people 4 minutes, I think is unfair. Also, the one thing that everybody seems to also be missing is there's no rebuttal period. So we talk, you answer. If we don't like it, we have to accept it. Maybe we go and we increase the time limit so that there's a little bit of back and forth, so we don't go and have to have the rebuttal time. We don't waste the time for the audience to come back up to the podium and talk. So I'm dead set against this, and I hope that those that voted no vote no when this ordinance change is going to be adopted, and those who voted yes reconsider and say no when the ordinance does come up, and finally put this to rest. I was here the last meeting where you proposed or approved the resolution for the development of, I want to call it the Inman Driving Range. That would be a nice place for a park in North Edison, a nice expanse where you can have a splash park, you can have a walking track, you can have, a walking path rather, you can have, you can put in a proper cricket field. Whereas Edison doesn't have to build on every piece of vacant land that's in the town. Why don't we leave it as a green acres area for the residents to use and enjoy for years to come? No need to go and pave it over with high-rise buildings. Or let's think outside the box. If we take the Inman Driving Range and we somehow convince the people at the Oak Crest Swim Club that they don't really, we want to take that property over, might be a nice place to put a school in, eliminate some overcrowding. I don't know if it covers the minimum acreage for the, what would be required, but it's also, it seems like it might serve another purpose other than putting in more housing, covering over, paving over the road, paving over the facility, the nice green grass with new buildings and parking lots and all, and increasing traffic on Inman Avenue. So I think that, when the planning board and the zoning board go and talk about this development, I think that the town council needs to get involved and say, hey, hold on, let's think what's best for the citizens. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Elizabeth Conway, 20 Netherwood Circle.
You recognized.
First thing I'm going to go through rather quickly. The first one was the Stop and Shop in Inman Grove is closing. And when I first moved into my home, not too far away, and the senior center was built, I had thought we heard that we had to, or whoever, government, had to provide some kind of shopping for the senior center. And it has changed from names to names to names, and now Stop and Shop is going out. Have you heard anything? Because there's a lot of buzz about what's going to happen to that store. That was my first question. Hopefully another question. The next one is North Edison baseball and softball. At the last meeting, it was brought up about the parking lot, and I started, I couldn't believe this, managing and coaching a T-ball team tonight, and I pulled into North Edison, and that parking lot is in dire need of paving. So if you have any more money in your pockets, and that was on the list, I'd appreciate it if it could be done before next spring at least. That's number 2. Number 3, I'm never going to give up on Inman Avenue and Old Raritan Road, and Inman Avenue and Rahway Avenue, and Inman Avenue and Tingley, if something can be done. Now, I drove past, I'm hoping the police had gone to check it out, but I drove by there, and I know from my property, you have the curb, then you have an apron, and then you have a sidewalk, and then there's another 3 feet before your property begins. But if you drive by that property, and I have nothing against those people, but The bushes are well beyond what my property line would consist of. And with the bushes, with the leaves, you still cannot see. I'm hoping something can still be done to improve on that. So that's number 3. Number 4, I'm sorry that I was late, but I try coming here and showing respect to all of you. I've never come up here and said, you're really blowing it this time, cut it out. But you're really blowing it this time, cut it out. When people come to speak, mostly they come because there's a definite concern. Now, if the camera ever turned around and saw the number of people in this room that you're limiting to 4 minutes, ashamed. I've been to meetings where the room is crowded to the top. Yes, at that point, everybody wants to speak, so you might limit it that time because you don't want to be here after 10 o'clock at night unless you push the meeting on. But when there's just so few of us that are talking, I find it insulting that you don't want to hear what we have to say. And I really wonder why. But then there's speakers that get up and they're a little testy, and I can see why you might do it, but it's not fair to the people that have actual concerns and they're showing respect. Now, 6 minutes for all 10 of us that are here and not 10 of us are speaking, I really don't see the reasoning other than we just don't want to hear it. And that would be sad, is if that's why you're sitting there. You don't want to hear what we had to say. You only need to get your business done. Thank you. How much longer do I have, Marlena?
A minute and a half.
See, I did all of that, and now I'm going to go sit down. But if I had another concern, it might have taken longer.
Yes. So, Ms. Elizabeth, the Stop and Shop Inman Grill closing, we have not heard anything about it. Sonia is saying she has not heard anything about it. It's noted on the North Edison baseball, softball parking lot. We can try to do something in regards to it, right, Sonia?
We had our engineering looked at it, and I believe that's something that would be forthcoming in the future.
Okay, good. And on the Inman Ave and Old Raritan, I did talk to County Commissioner Charlie Tamero. He said that he is looking into it to see if we can put stop sign in there. But again, this is a conversation that we had. I don't know how far and how long it will take. And that was it, right? Was there one more? I think that was it, right? Oh, the 4 minutes. Unfortunately, we had a lengthy discussion on the 4 minutes, and the pick and choose aspect of it. If there's more people, you cannot pick and choose that day to say, hey, we're going to limit everybody today. So unfortunately, you cannot pick and choose the day that there is, the whole house is packed, and you cannot say, we're going to cut it down to 4 minutes. You cannot pick it and choose in that day.
Council President?
Councilman Drescher?
Yeah, just a question on the North Edison baseball. Well, I mean, myself and other council people have asked for whatever, 8 months or something, and we were told that it was being done. But the response we just got was different now than it's being done. Could we just clarify?
I will check tomorrow exactly where it is on the schedule.
Okay.
Clarify my statement.
Okay, right. You said you're going to check with the engineering on what it looked like there. And I'm going, we're not designing it or something. We're just trying to get a date to pave it.
Well, there may be some design part of it, so that's why I want to give you the right answer versus an answer, but it is going to be done in the future.
Okay, can we get a date as to the paving?
Sure.
By next meeting, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Brescher. Anybody else that would like to speak? You can come up.
Akhtar Nasser, Pleasant Avenue.
You recognize.
So before me, I have all these papers of things that I want to talk about, and I'm not quite sure where to go because I'm probably going to go over 6 minutes because there are a multitude of issues. We've heard a lot from people talking about your plan to reduce 6 minutes to 4 minutes, and I have a fiery speech about that. I do not think it's a good idea, but I will be able to talk about that at another time in case you guys do decide to vote on that ordinance and pass it, correct?
Yes, there'll
So
be a public hearing
on
on
the 25th.
Yes.
So I'm going to hold off on that because while that's important, I do have lots of questions, and I think that we might be tired of hearing some of the same things that other people have said before. So I'm going to try to make it more of a positive kind of thing where I want to kind of say that, for instance, I'm going to thank Lieutenant Turner and Sergeant Winters for their August email update to me. They confirmed that they're going to restripe the area of Pleasant Avenue they have talked about, and it will be carried out sometime in September, and also they'll be paving. Councilman Coyle, I know that you spoke months ago about how you're talking to engineering about the manhole covers. I don't know if you got about them sinking. I don't know if you got any answer about that, because if they're going to repave, kind of want them to take care of that at the same time. You can speak upon that at the end, possibly. I wanted to talk about the appreciation for the installation of the crosswalk with the flashing lights on Amboy Avenue. I'm hoping that we can get additional ones. I wanted to talk about how I recently reached out to the traffic unit about adding more digital speed signs on Amboy Avenue because people do exceed 25 miles per hour on Amboy Avenue. There is currently a 25 mile per hour signage there by the stewards, but I don't think it's always working. I want to talk about the flooding that we've talked about multiple times on Amboy Avenue, and I know that we have a bond for the sidewalk. And before we go ahead and change that sidewalk, I really think that we should address how much water is going there. It goes right into the lawn of Stewart's Root Beer lot. That's a heck of a lot of water. That's right over the sidewalk. Can't see the sidewalk. I want to talk about the accident that happened on Friday. I wanted to give my gratitude to the B-Shift engines 1, 2, 9, Truck 1, Rescue 4, Rescue 5, and Car 8. They are amazing. They were able to put out the fire. They were able to save the lives of 2 people there. But again, this is an issue that happened on Grandview Avenue in my neighborhood, where we then had lots of people coming through Amboy Avenue to go ahead and redirect, since Route 1 was closed for, I don't know, it seemed like 8 hours. It was so bad, even at 3 o'clock when I was coming back for work, that to go from Town Mall to my house, which is a 0.7 mile stretch, it took 15 minutes. Last May, there was also another accident that happened. I don't know exactly what it was and Grandview was closed. I was trying to go that way and I had to redirect myself back to Amboy Avenue. It took me a half an hour to go, I don't know, maybe a mile. It's ridiculous. I'm wondering what the issue is. I Oprah'd some reports to see how many accidents have happened in that area, and there's significant ones. I brought this to the attention of, I don't remember if I brought it to the attention of the council, but the traffic unit. I'm wondering if the issue is that people are going and speeding through Route 1 when it's red. I know that I see lots of people making left turns from Grandview Avenue onto Route 1. It's illegal. You're supposed to take the jug handles. So it's not an isolated issue that we had these 2 major accidents in a few months span. Let me see what else I want to talk about. Now, I know that I spoke to Brett Baker a while ago, and he said he also complained about Grandview, but it doesn't sound like anyone has done anything about these issues. Something needs to be done. Do we need a police presence over there to pull over and ticket people? I also want to talk about Councilman Pointer's diligent work on trying to figure out how we can get 3.5 stories. He met with, I think it was 6 people that one day before his vacation. I know that he was very hoarse after speaking 2 hours with us. He put a lot of effort into it. And I do feel, as we've said before, and the last time I came here, I didn't feel like we're moving fast enough. Even if we do get through with this, we still have to go to the planning board. There's still a lot of time that we'll have to pass until we get things done. I am hopeful. I texted you about what Sue wanted to add there about limiting the larger heights to the larger properties versus the small ones. I'm hoping that maybe can be added. I wanted to ask if we can get an update on the concerns I asked about the sidewalks on certain roads on Amboy Avenue, or even at Woodrow Wilson Drive, to ensure that students do not have to walk on the sidewalk, then have to walk on the grass, and possibly get run over. I know that Councilman Brescher, you mentioned something about we might be shortchanging schools. I don't remember if you said it was $200,000 or something to that effect. So the township, the school, somebody should go ahead and address this, but I don't know why we're not getting anywhere. I would like to know who is responsible for maintaining the easement between the road and the fence on Plainfield Road. There is significant overgrowth over there, and that's right near the Charlie Brown development. I also somebody came up to me because I'm a committee person and said that, hey, on Lytle Avenue, I know that's a private road. I don't know what the agreement is. They said that, years back ago, they cut back the trees, and are they going to, is a township going to take care of it? Who's going to take care of it? It's ridiculous. And as I said, I have too much to talk about. I've run out of time. So I know that we were trying to time different things. I wrote down these things. I spent time. There's my time.
Thank you, up there. Anybody else that would like to speak? 1 second before you start.
Just a quick question.
Yes.
I'll be honest with you, his questions were too fast for me to keep track of.
I could not
So I was leaving it up to you, but are we going to answer any of his questions?
Actually, to be honest, I could not find any specific question that I could answer. There was talk about the manhole sink, which I think Councilman Coyle can answer.
To the administration, I had an opportunity to meet with the gas company and engineering. They had a pre-meeting, and I did bring it up, and I've brought it up probably for the last 9 months, and I apologize, we did not have this discussion, but it was an ongoing email to engineering, which a lot of people come down Amboy Avenue and think there's potholes. And there are a few, but what they're truly hitting is the manhole, and the manhole, after the paving, has sunk. The definition behind the engineering, he mentioned to me in our department, he said they need a collar apparatus to keep them raised. So I made it clear that before we pave Amboy Avenue, that this would be addressed. So from what I'm told, they're going through your department to request a cost estimate to get that done. I can't answer whether that's been done or not, and I'm sorry I'm throwing this at you today, but it's been an ongoing issue. They told me they would wait to pave till they spoke to administration.
Okay, just as a matter of fact, I have our Director of Water and Sewer. I'm being sort of signaled that it may not be an issue, or if there is an issue, if you could just come up, Council President, and clarify based on his observations about the sinking manhole.
Good evening, everyone. Councilman, the manholes do not sink. When they repave the roads, they do not raise the manholes to the grade of the repaving.
Okay. Now, first, I certainly respect your time, Bob. I'm being told something different through engineering. Engineering told me it was DPW that would have to correct this problem, and there's a collar. So if we can just find out through a meeting offline.
Sure. I mean, we could certainly discuss
Our
that.
engineer's not here.
They are not. However, I don't know who you spoke to specifically, if it was Brian or...
Brian.
It was Brian. Okay. He's not here this week, actually, so he'll be back next week, and we can set that up.
Okay. No problem.
Thank you. And then there was additional crosswalks. Yes, I think that we all want additional lighted crosswalk on Amboy Ave, but I think that is something that we are working on. Yeah. Digital 25 miles per hour sign on Amboy Ave. Are you familiar with that situation?
Council President, that's something I will discuss with the police department if it's required or needed, as well as engineering.
Okay. The flooding on Amboy Ave and the sidewalk and the Stewarts.
So typically what is done as we're looking at our infrastructure and replacing any curbing or sidewalks, that's obviously looked upon. So that would be part of the concrete work. I'll bring that up to engineering if that's something that we could add to the project.
Okay, and then in terms of the illegal left turns on Grandviews, can we have the police?
I can certainly have the police look into that.
Right. Effort, okay, sidewalks on Woodrow Wilson. Easement. Do you remember anything about the easement question?
The question was who's responsible for taking care of the area between the fence and the roadway in the easement area, and honestly, that would depend on the property. Generally speaking, if it's within the property's boundaries, even though there is an easement there, it is the property owner's responsibility to take care of it. There are, I know, properties where I believe it was mentioned by the woman before, there are properties where the property line doesn't actually start until after the easement area, so it would depend on the property. But in general, it's usually the property owner's responsibility to take care of that.
Thank you.
Councilman, lastly,
Councilman Coyle, go ahead.
I just want to mention Grandview Avenue. We've had several complaints again about the speeding there. Now, it's been an ongoing, I'm a resident, many people are residents. I think the chief has dispatched traffic throughout the town as best we can. Always we can do more, but I believe we just had a complaint and they immediately put a speed radar up there. So, and I also believe that they gave out tickets recently over the last 2 weeks on that road. So as much as we want to deploy our 190 officers throughout the town, I think we did a pretty fair job on Grandview Ave. Always can do more. We always want better for our residents, but you can't say we've done nothing. I mean, it's been going on for 25 years. We've had multiple tickets. I mean, geez, when retired Officer Coletta was there, I think he probably gave out the most summonses on that block. So I'll refer to the chief another time, but I always can do more, but you can't say we've done nothing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Coyle. You can come on up.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Charlie Cradaville. I'm the editor of New Brunswick Today, a community news outlet available online at newbrunswicktoday.com. I have a few questions and comments to make tonight. I wanted to ask, can you tell me who is the secretary of the ethics board?
Any other questions?
Yes, I have many.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so.
Secretary of the ethics board.
Okay, I notice everybody else is asking all their questions at once. I prefer dialogue, but if you're going to insist, I'll ask the questions.
It'll be easier for me to make sure that I answer correctly.
Okay, so I believe the secretary is Marlena, and since she's here tonight, through the chair, can you ask Marlena to tell us where she keeps the meeting minutes for the ethics board? Are they archived, or are they on site in this building? Or perhaps they're accessible from one or more computers, and perhaps they could even be pulled up on somebody's phone tonight in this room if necessary. I raised this question because I've filed what I thought was a very simple Open Public Records Act request on May 14th, and you don't have to take my word for it. You can see it for yourself at oprahmachine.com. I requested copies of all minutes and recordings for the Edison Ethics Board meetings held since January of 22. So 22, 23, and at the time I filed this, a few months into 24. Well, I received a response to that request 10 days later saying it requires additional time beyond the 7 days to fulfill, and a citation was made to a section of the Oprah statute that would imply that the records were archived, that they're archived records. I don't know why they are archived or where they are archived. At any rate, an extension of time was requested by the clerk's office until June 7th. They did not respond by June 7th, but on June 11th, got another response identical to the first one saying, we need more time. Your request requires an extension of time till July 8th. I responded and I asked, I don't know why an additional extension is needed. Are the records archived? Point blank, I asked yes or no. This is June 15th. And I asked how many ethics board meetings were there in the past 2 years? No response to my questions. On July 8th, another identical extension saying my request requires an extension of time until August 8th. No response to my direct questions. Lo and behold, August 8th, I get another identical request for extension of time until 9/7. September 7th was over the weekend. Did not get anything further. I asked again several questions, no response to the questions, and then today I get a note saying my request requires an extension of time until September 23rd. What's going on? These are basic records that should have been produced. My request was filed May 14th. It's almost 4 months later, and I have zero records. It's not like you provided some and said some of them are hard to find, some of them take some time. I didn't get anything yet. Who's responsible for this failure? Why hasn't the clerk's office responded to my questions? Are the attorneys at Raynone, Coughlin, Mancello aware of how badly Edison is bungling Oprah requests? I don't know what's going on, but the effect of what's going on is that the work of the ethics board is shrouded in secrecy. Someone who wants to find out what the board has been doing can't find out for months at a time. That is wrong. I'm also disappointed to see you, Council President, proceeding with an ordinance to roll back the public's right to speak. This fits in, sadly, with that lack of Oprah compliance, with the extreme escalation that's been brought to these meetings by the council, and with this lack of transparency that we see from the township. I don't believe you were on the council back in 2022, but some of the people on the council back then might remember the township did something that made me very proud, becoming the first township to take a stand against the proposal for a dirty gas power plant just across the border in Woodbridge. And thanks to Edison taking that stand and other towns following their lead, we were able to stop that project. And that was a good thing for everybody in Middlesex County and Central Jersey. I don't know if that would have happened if not for the 6 minutes and the rebuttals, because we came to many, many meetings, and it took a lot of education and dialogue. And the dialogue is the good thing. We shouldn't be stifling the dialogue. There might be other nonsense that doesn't belong here, but the dialogue is good. So cutting the 6 back to 4 and eliminating the rebuttal is a mistake that will lead to less dialogue, less productive discussion with your residents and people who are concerned about things like that proposed gas power plant. I also do have to ask some other questions here. So I got to point out the township still hasn't done the right thing by acknowledging how the police violated the rights of a busload of people on New Year's Eve. And, that's only because the police chief, the mayor, and the police department have chosen to toe the line and refuse to apologize and refuse to admit that what happened was wrong. And I'm very disturbed to see the police being used in these meetings. I mean, I couldn't think of anything stupider than what I witnessed tonight of somebody being removed for they wanted to wear a mask and you didn't want them to wear a mask. Like I heard about these things that happened at the recent meetings where people were removed very quickly. I don't think that's the role of the police here. I think that these meetings can be run a lot better without police interference or involvement, without the police being mobilized to remove people. I don't think that's necessary. But I do want to ask, did the Edison police recently deploy any of its officers to Chicago for the DNC?
Thank you. As for the question on the Oprah, I thought the Oprah requests were mandatory to be addressed.
They are, however, I don't know enough about the Oprah request that was made or about the responses that have been provided to provide you with additional information. I will caution that based on what I've heard, it may be advisable to address that through legal rather than here. I don't know if he intends to file a suit. If one's already been filed, I honestly have no idea. So.
Okay. So we will be answering that through legal, unfortunately. For the, I was here for the Woodbridge coal plant closing, and and what was the last question? Something about the police officer going to DNC.
Yeah. So I believe the police chief is here, and he can verify this. My understanding is that there was a federal law enforcement bulletin recommending that course of action.
That is correct. Council President, I would not...
The mic, please.
That is correct. Thank you very much. And Council President, I would not be discussing any security detail whatsoever for obvious reasons.
Thank you.
So the Edison police were dispatched to Chicago.
Sir, your time is up.
So the Edison police were sent to Chicago.
Please sit down. Please sit down.
Doesn't this deserve more exploration? I hope the council will see fit to explore this more.
Point of order.
Please.
Okay, please sit down. We'll address that.
I hope you will. Thank you.
Council President, I just like to say to the speaker, I miss you coming to our meetings and watching our meetings. You seem to miss quite a bit. In my discussion items, I will be openly discussing law enforcement going to the DNC and questioning whether the residents are going to be reimbursed. That's number one. Number two, I will talk about the horrible law firm, in my opinion, the law firm that redacts information from a sitting council person, okay? Never mind the public. If they don't have the respect for the elected officials in Edison, and the other elected officials do not stand up for those council people but remain silent, then they should just sit there silent and listen to what I have to say about our law firm, the Moncello, Ranone, and Coughlin law firm, and how the Edison taxpayers are being fleeced. That's my discussion item, so I hope you'll stay, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
So the secondary portion of that I'm aware of, at least, is that while the chief is correct in that any kind of security arrangements really should not be discussed, my understanding is that reimbursement was part of the arrangement, reimbursement to the township once a final bill has been presented.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Anthony Deamron, 25 Wiley. Let's stay on the police topic. There was yet another break-in in broad daylight last week in Clara Barton. First, I just want to let the chief know, thank the chief for his officers. They responded really quickly. They were up and down. I don't know if they ended up catching the individual, but they were trying. So, but it's not the police's fault why these break-ins are going on. It's just something needs to be done, though. It's happening way too much. I remember I've been in this town for a long time, and you might get one break-in you would hear about once every few years, and we've had in my end of Clara Barton, this is now the second one, at least in the last 3 months, 3.5 months, in broad daylight. So the criminals are, they don't really have a lot of fear right now, and that scares me. And being that the highways of 440, 287 are close by, proximity of the Greenway, so it's a hot zone in my opinion, and I hope that patrol continues, especially even during the day, but at night as well. And then speaking of the mayor, you hear things like the mayor might have had a security detail in Chicago, and I know the chief said that he's not going to discuss and I respect that. But if there was any security issue that he needed security detail, he shouldn't have gone. I mean, it wasn't an Edison thing. So, I mean, he shouldn't have just gone. I mean, it's just, he should have stayed home. And meanwhile, we got break-ins going on, and, how many officers that he took off the road possibly, could have helped respond to other calls. And it's irresponsible. As the public safety director, I said it again, he should step down as the public safety director, and leave it to somebody that, that knows what the hell they're doing when it comes to public safety. And that's my opinion. But, I don't know what he was doing there, how that betters Edison. And if the mayor would like to come and explain himself, that would be great. And then you go on to the 6-minute stuff. I can tell you this. Then Councilman Joshi would, it's funny, because he's lost his way. He really has, because he'd be probably the first one that would have spoken out against this. He really would have been. And he would have done some Facebook Live or something and would have went on, and rightfully so. And now you don't hear anything from him. So I'd like to know what his opinion, the mayor's opinion on this 6-minute to 4-minute, drop is what his take is. And because we don't get to hear from him too often. And then I look at, I go on these discussion items, and I always see, I always happen to read them before I come into the meeting, and, Rich always got a ton, Councilman Patil's always got a ton, Pointer always got basically everybody has a lot of discussion items. But Shmuel, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your last name, sir. Out of all of the work sessions that we've had since the beginning of the year, you've had one time where you had discussion items. And all of this stuff that's going on, I'm just curious. Like, is there any opinion? Do you have any concern about what's going on anywhere? And there's a lot of big topics here, and you never have a discussion item to discuss, and it just that worries me. So we'd like to hear from you. You're also an elected official, and it's. You've been here for a while now. I mean, it's time to hear from you and where you stand on these issues. So I'd like to see something in the discussion items. And one other thing, as far as school is now reopened, and I actually called the chief about the officer did a great job. Chief, I don't know if this is more Board of Ed or if this is the police department, but the traffic by James Monroe is so bad. It just is. And I know it's the design of the roads are small there, but I have one suggestion maybe, and I don't know if this is doable, is, if you had the vehicles come down, I think it's Harmon, during the drop off in the morning, and basically make that a one-way, and then have them drop off and then go up Halo as a one-way, and don't allow traffic going the other way. I don't know if that would help. They did it during a snowstorm last year. Tafaro did a great job. So they had all the cars coming in one way, exiting one way, and it was done beautifully. It's something to think about to alleviate some of the traffic, because it's a lot of parents that missed the first day of school seeing their kids get dropped off in the first day pictures because they were stuck in the traffic jam. Now, there was a car fire, I believe, that day, but nevertheless, it's still always bad. Something to think about, maybe just making it during certain times of the school day, a one-way street there, down Harmon, up Halo. But I'm not a traffic expert. And let's see here. Oh, Shamrocks. Yeah, sorry. Shamrocks. Does anybody? I knew I had something else. The Shamrocks field. Do we know who owns that field, the property up on the north end? Because I'm hearing there's nothing. It's dormant right now. Nobody's playing on it, and who may own that property? And I think that's it. Thank you, Council President.
So who owns the Shamrock Field? Does anybody know? I will wait for the BA to get back to get the answer to you.
Council President?
Yes.
Just as a member of public safety, I just first want to speak for our chief and the great job he does across this town. As most of you have been in here across the years, we've done a lot of improvements, including a substation on Oak Tree Road and so many different things with that. Whether it chooses by directive to send a supplement officers to an event, I don't know what the difference would be between us using extra-duty solutions and the teams that we have available of the 190 officers to do road work. So as I listen to a speaker, which I know he has just an opinion, but we also have road work going on throughout the entire town. So do we stop that from happening as well? So to hear my chief be criticized for the great work he does, I have a problem with. And I think as a member of public safety with my colleagues on public safety, we've made some great changes. We went from how many officers to now 190 officers. You can't say we haven't. And I just want to address that, being there, and which I think is an issue when I hear this. And I think we've done.
Please, no talking.
It's a fact. People have been in here for 5-10 years as I sat here on the council, and we've made significant strides from where we were before and where we are now. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you.
And last, one more thing I just want to add to that. To attack my council colleague, Asaf Shmuel, who does a fantastic job his first year in the council. I just want to let you know, prior to this, I sat in the audience just like everybody else for 27 years. We never had discussion items. This is a choice of the council president to do discussion items for other purposes. We never had them before, and this was a first-timer. So to say he is not involved over what he chooses to put on here is wrong. This week alone, I've had multiple conversations with him, and he was directly involved in items that are on this agenda, and I received calls from him, and I'm sure other colleagues can say they received calls from him. So prior to this, if you didn't complain of the 20 years of other council people and the 17 different council members, why would you attack a colleague who's doing a great job in his community and for the Township of Edison? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Council President?
Point of order, no talking. If someone talks while the other person is recognized, I will kick them out, because please be respectful and listen to the person that is actually talking. Thank you.
Council President, I just wanted to respond to Councilman Coyle. I did not hear Anthony attack Councilman Shmuel. I heard him express disappointment. He doesn't see any discussion items on the agenda from Councilman Shmuel, but that's not an attack. That's an opinion that he registered, and I take umbrage at the characterization that Anthony D'Amarin was attacking Councilman Shmuel. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Council Vice President.
Council President?
Councilman Brescher?
Yeah, just a question for you. My council colleague said that we didn't have discussion items, but you're the one that initiated this?
This was actually in our books. It was already there. We should have been doing that. Council presidents in the past chose not to follow it. I choose to follow it.
Oh, you mean to put the list of items?
Yes.
But we've always had discussion items.
Yeah, the discussion items were always there.
So we've always been able to speak, right? You just made us put them in a list.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Council President.
Councilman Patel?
Just want to make the comment, a council colleague, we are on the dais for a long time. We always had the discussion item. It's just that it was not listed as a point item, but any time, any council member, when their name is called, any discussion item, I could ask any question. I don't have to put any on the list. I think the council president chose to put that in the list so that he can work with the administration, other departments to get back if there are anything that can help to streamline this meeting. That was the idea there, right?
Yes.
So not that we never had that. And you can watch, all along 8-10 years of council meeting, we were asking the questions to administration. So just want to correct that. Thank you, sir.
President, I just want to clarify, it doesn't justify any member of this council whether they're doing a great job, a fantastic job, or no job. Each member of this council I hear from often, I speak with, I meet for lunch or coffee, and each member of this council is working hard. And that's a fact. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Coyle. As for me, I will vouch for Councilman Shmuel. The work gets done. He calls, he gets numbers. We have discussions, lengthy discussions, and that happens outside of the council meetings. Just because they are not listed here does not mean he does any less work than any of us. If he chooses to put up any discussion items that he feels that he must do, he will. If he does not choose to, that is his call as well. All right, anybody else that would like to speak? Come on up.
Brett Baker, Grandview Avenue, Edison, New Jersey, 08837. Am I recognized?
You're recognized.
Thank you, my liege. The entire thing I was going to speak about sort of went out the window when I just watched 5 separate rebuttals occur in response to a public comment. 5 separate rebuttals from those of you on the dais in response to a public comment. This is why people don't come to these meetings. People don't come to these meetings because they come here, they share their opinions, and they get eye rolls, they get sighs, they get us. I stopped coming to these meetings because it just became a show. But I came tonight because I screwed up dinner. Because I was cooking, I was prepping dinner, and I almost cut my finger. Why? Because I listened to Council President Patel sigh at the beginning of a meeting. Once again, sigh. Carry over from the previous meeting when I listened to him sigh, carry over from the previous meeting when I listened to the business administrator demand that the Council President move on because she was not going to engage in back and forth about the resolution related to fund disbursement. I don't want to go back to that. All I'm saying is there was a lot of confusion at the last meeting. There were a lot of questions, and people got annoyed that there were questions. My dear former councilwoman was up here, and I watched eyes not meet her face. I watched multiple eyes meet my face. I'm a white man, and I'm left to wonder why eyes meet my face and not hers. Now back to what I was going to say. I spent 2 times at the Joy Ship Freeman splash pad this summer. Thoroughly enjoyed it. I tip my hat to those who planned it. Questions: who owns the Stewart's property? I saw for the first time a sign advertising the rental of the space, and just curious about some double dipping and overlapping of the use of it. Just curious who owns it. Great to see a new crossing guard at Jameson Road. There's been an officer and a crossing guard, and so I'm just curious the longevity of that. I assume it's a new guy, there's training and all that, but if you know me, is to know that I don't appreciate police officers outside of our schools. Not for safety reasons, just the optics, you know me. It's about to be snow season. And I'd like to draw this body's attention to Grandview Avenue and the inability for my neighbor, Grandview Gardens, to properly clear snow and the residents to keep Grandview Avenue clear during snow emergencies. Chief Bryant can attest that there was a medical emergency 2 years ago at those apartments, and their failure to clear the snow hindered the response of multiple fire engines and ambulances. I was told that it was rectified. I was told fines were given. I was told they were spoken to. I was told. And then I woke up last winter and watched snow get plowed from their parking lot into my driveway. And so I called the township. I pleaded. I said, please, 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 just talk to them. Talk to these dear landlords who live in Brooklyn, who refuse to answer my phone because they know what I'm talking about. Talk to them. Can you take care of your property better? Can you have residents clear the street when there's a snow emergency? Oh, it'll be taken care of. It'll be taken care of. There's going to be fines given. And I woke up again to another snow emergency and snow being plowed into my driveway. So just a reminder, Grandview Avenue, my neighbors are terrible at their upkeep. And we have a personal challenge because they just hang up on me now when I call them, that I'm just going to bring it to your guys' attention. And, well, I guess cross my fingers that it'll be taken care of. I disagree, and this is why rebuttals matter. I disagree with the statement that Grandview Avenue has had speed enforcement. I applaud the police department's efforts on there. But a auxiliary police car with an inflatable body at a corner that is not near the source of a speeding problem is not speed enforcement. It is not. The speed problem that I have spoken about multiple times originates at the overpass of the New Jersey Turnpike and Grandview Avenue, heading towards Route 1, not coming from Route 1. The speed sign, I presume, is not meant to capture speeders down by Route 1. It's actually meant to placate illegal merges coming off Route 1, which is a brilliant move, by the way. I love that move. But there has been very little speed enforcement on Grandview Avenue, as attested by the car accident I almost got into coming to this meeting. I am physically unable to safely exit my property because Grandview Avenue speeding is so bad. It is my neighbors, it is the residents, it is people around there, and to sit up there and say that it's happening, I lost. Last meeting I heard, just trust us, we'll spend the money wisely, and tonight I hear we know how long you need to speak. And all I hear is speeches about decorum. And I've heard you sigh no fewer than 5 times since I came here, lost count of how many times the BA has been annoyed in the last couple of meetings. And I respect it. I get it. It's a hard job. But when I first started in my career, I had a supervisor named that my body language looked annoyed. And the question was posed, how do you think that makes your students feel? Thank you, Marlena. The question was posed, how do you think that makes your students feel? There's a reason I haven't come to these meetings for the last 2 years. There's a reason I haven't come to the meetings the last 2 years. I've heard us talk about rebuttals, and I've had us do this. There is a direct need for rebuttals in this body. Council President, your first term, you made a misspeak, and you clarified it, but you gave improper and incorrect medical advice from the dais, and you were called out in a rebuttal, and you clarified it. That is the beauty of a rebuttal. That is the beauty of the rebuttal, to get clarity of what somebody's speaking. My questions that I posed are going to have answers, and that's the beautiful thing. And I'm going to disagree with some of those answers, and I'm going to have questions about some of those answers. And the beautiful part about a rebuttal is that I can get those answers. I don't need to follow up privately. I don't need to follow up after the fact. I don't need to have some fancy-nancy meeting with you to do it. And before you hammer, that's all I'm going to say. Stop being experts. You don't have an equal chance of slipping on turf.
Your time is up,
It's
Brett.
more dangerous than turf.
Thank you. All right, questions on the Stewart's property. Who owns that? Does anybody know?
It is privately owned.
Okay. And the Shamrock Field, there was a question while you were not here. Do you happen to know who owns the Shamrock Field?
I believe that's the county. I'll confirm that.
Yeah, can you confirm that? Thank you. And the crossing guards and the officer, they happen to be side by side. Is there something that we can clarify as to how long that will happen?
Council President, we're actually working on that. So we'll continue to do the best that we can down there. And Mr. DeAmron had a good idea too. Talk with my traffic people to see if we can circumvent some of that traffic to make it a little bit easier for everybody. And at the same time, I already took care of the speeding for Mr. Baker. Already texted my supervisor for traffic. So we'll make sure we have some more traffic enforcement out there. You know, we do commonly have traffic enforcement out there, and we do issue summonses. And Mr. Baker's right. A lot of the time, it's the residents there too. But we're going to continue to do that and ramp that up.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And there's also the mention of the Grandview Gardens and the snow clearing. It seems to be very pertinent that we make sure that that snow gets cleared, especially if there's an emergency situation. And I think the speeding and the overpass and the turnpike was answered, and I think that's for Mr. Bratt. Anybody else?
Deb Whittle, 24 Carmelo Drive, Edison.
You're recognized.
Couple things. The traffic in this town we know is horrendous, and I live in South Edison, and it's probably worse there. Recently, a lighted crosswalk was put on Route 27 in Division. When you come down 27 and you make the turn off Plainfield Avenue, having that crosswalk there is dangerous because people are speeding up to get traction after the light changes, and you don't see people there. The light is kind of to the side, so it's not very noticeable, and I think that's dangerous. Also, on the south side of Edison, I would say probably 60% of the blocks between Route 27 and Route 1 don't have sidewalks, and you have people walking in the street to get to the H Mart Plaza. You have people crossing 27 at all hours of the day and night, and it's dangerous, and you have kids riding bikes. So I think that whoever does public safety or traffic needs to reconsider that. The other lady mentioned that the Stop and Shop are all closing probably by October 31st. That leaves us with one non-international full-scale retail store in Edison. So are we captive to that store? And how are we going to have other stores? We're so worried about commercial business and profits. So why are we going to be beholden to the ShopRite? I know the police have a lot of different things to do. 100 cops for over 115,000 people who reside here doesn't seem to be a lot to me, especially with the traffic, with all different sort of things happening here. The traffic accidents, I think, have quadrupled here in Edison, where the police have to spend their time dealing with those accidents. And so having 190 police should be warranted given the amount of money that's pissed away in this town. We should have more police. Also, while the police have a lot of different things to do, the homeless, while this Edison Township is flourishing for somebody's pocket, I don't know who, there's a lot of homeless people in Edison walking around. And when I called the police department, they told me that they would send a patrol car. And I said, well, what could you do for them? We can call 211. 211 doesn't answer. They have no money. And where do you put homeless people who are sleeping under the bus depots on Route 27 right by the municipal center and walking down Central Avenue? So I can't believe that a town of this size can't put together some kind of homeless program, and the Edison Housing Authority does nothing. The other thing that I wanted to say, like everybody else, is I don't think you have the right to limit free speech. You people are paid to be here. And I think if we add up the amount of hours that you spend publicly, I think your per hour wage is way more than the minimum wage that people make. So you should want to be here. You shouldn't sit here with pusses on your face. And I don't know how many of you have bathroom issues, but you walk out in and out as you choose. Again, what other people say about your disinterest. People yawn here and they don't even cover their mouth, which is something that's courteous and would be more obvious given COVID. So you people are paid to be here. You should show an interest in the township, in the interest of what residents have to say. We're not stupid. We live here. We pay your salaries. We pay your taxes. I don't understand why you have no interest in what people have to say here. And then you just ignore it and do whatever the heck that you want to do anyway, whoever's political influence you are under to do what is not good for this town. This town is congested. This town is overcrowded. This town is chaotic. You can't move any place in this. The schools are overcrowded, and you're telling us that, you know, you can't listen to us when you all have done this. And so I don't understand reducing our free speech. And if you do that, you don't even give us the right to rebuttal. And as the other gentleman said, you all rebutted a comment that you didn't like, but we're not allowed to do this. So I don't understand you people. Are you part of a Republican gang to, I don't know, demolish the Constitution so that we don't have free speech? And, you know, what is this? Is this the next step to eliminating the public from these forums going forward? So I don't understand you people and why you take this job if it's just for the money and to line your pockets. Thank you.
Okay. So I think there was a question on the sidewalks, Sonia. At the H-Marts, I think that's a good important point. I do believe that we need to install sidewalks near the H-Mart and Route 27. Is that area being redeveloped by any time soon?
If I could just turn it over to Mr. Bignell if there's any development with regard to that.
Good evening again. First off, Route 27 is a state highway, so they have complete jurisdiction. But I do know that the owner of the Festival Plaza has petitioned the state, so he could personally pay for a traffic light and a crosswalk there to protect the people crossing Route 27. So that's in the works, but it's state controlled, so we really can't push them. But he is willing to pay for the entire light and put a crosswalk in so that the children are protected crossing the street.
Oh, thank you. And there was a question on the homelessness. Is there something we can do as a town?
Council President, we have, unfortunately, some individuals that are homeless in the town. And I must say that my community policing unit, they do an outstanding job. They have gone out. I have identified some of these people and helped them. We continue to try to help them. And there are some that just don't want any help. So my unit, my team, they actually go out there sometimes on a daily basis checking on these people. So we're doing everything that we can to get them some help, not only here from our township, but from the state also. But I just want everyone to be cognizant of the fact that we have identified them, and everybody probably knows who they are. We have a gentleman that is on 27 by McDonald's. You know, he refuses any help from us. But it doesn't stop us from going out and helping him. There's also a female that's under the bridge. My people go out and check on her every day. And there's also, it's a mother, sister that are homeless too. We're doing the best we can to possibly help them, and sometimes people don't want the help, you know.
Okay.
It's unfortunate.
Well, thank you for that answer. Okay. Anybody else that would like to speak?
Motion to close the public portion.
May I have a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, that's a motion by Councilman Coyle, second by Council Vice President. On to number 21. All right, moving on to number 22, from the council member to the planning board. Councilman Point.
Thank you, Council President. The next meeting is next Monday, here in Council Chambers at 7 p.m. And that would be on September 16th.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council President.
Reports from the council committees, starting from my right, Councilman Brescher.
Jets Field. Do we have an update for the completion of the Jets Field? Oh, what's that?
Point,
Oh,
No.
committees.
Committees.
Not at this time, sir.
Do we have any committee reports?
No, not at this time.
Councilman Coyle?
None, sir.
Council Vice President?
Yes, I've got several. They're a little dated because they were middle of last month, but the animal shelter report for August, another good report. There are currently at the shelter 13 kittens, 12 cats, and 1 mom with 4 babes. Canines, there are 14 dogs, and puppies, there are 3 bottle babies. Reclaimed, back to their owner, 5 dogs and 1 cat. And then the really good news, adopted 29 dogs and 32 cats. So we're really humming along with that. There were a lot of puppies last month, and they went fast. So I will continue to get, at this point, there's no real need for actual meetings, and so I'm just going to continue to get the shelter updates for each month and report back then. Edison Cultural Arts Commission met on August 13th, and we discussed, so there's going to be the Edison Arts Society, in fact, Elizabeth Hahn just sent an email about this, is going to be putting the exhibition on the 2nd floor and the 3rd floor landscapes. And so we look forward to that. Looking at the display in the gallery, we're looking to change that, and we're happy to accept applications for people who want to exhibit in there. But for the meantime, it looks like we have coming up a display on domestic violence in October, and the police department and fire department display in November. Possible other ones coming up in the new year would be the EMS, youth sports, and Hands of Hope. One request, and I apologize to Lois Tarr because I had told Lois that I was going to bring this up beforehand, but I'll bring it up now. Is it possible for us, for the gallery, to get 40 by 20 cases of with a plexiglass cover and possibly 4 smaller ones for the exhibits? Is that something that we can look at?
Sure, we can just take that offline and we can work together through purchasing to order those. So we can be more specific as to what you want to put in them and you know, exactly, so we can get the right item. Sounds
good. Okay, thank you. Next meeting of the Cultural Arts Commission is going to be on Tuesday, September 17th. Library Board met also on the 13th of August. Let's see, the Library Foundation is working on a brochure. The main library remediation took place for the 2 weeks. It started August 19th. I believe that was the top floor. It's open again. There's a logo and rebranding project going on for the library. They're putting some focus groups together for that. We had a resolution that was approved to approve a contract with McCabe for asbestos testing at the North Edison branch, and a resolution to approve an extended contract for CME in the amount of $27,560. There might be some additional things. Oh, the person who represents the asbestos remediation was Mr. Mark Burkowski. He attended that meeting and answered questions about the asbestos removal. Let's see, there were questions that were raised if the township had been contacted regarding assisting with asbestos removal. Alan Kleiman had responded the town had been contacted, and they were very clear that it was the responsibility of the library board. That is pretty much it. And the next library board meeting is actually tomorrow evening. And then one other thing, the Human Relations Commission is meeting on Thursday, September 17th. That is the end of my reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Councilman Patel?
None at this time.
Councilman Pointer?
Thank you, Council President. The Housing Authority had a ribbon cutting event for their resurfaced basketball and tennis courts. It was a fantastic event out, beautiful sunshine. They dedicated the resurfacing and the project. They've named it the Potter's Crossing Sports Complex with the intent that they will be expanding on what they did. So it was great to see the improvements, and I thank the Edison Housing Authority, Director Hurley and her efforts, and all of the commissioners, both present and past, for getting to that point and all the projects that they have upcoming. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Pointer. Councilman Shmuel?
At this time, sir.
Yes, one more thing. Thank you, Elizabeth Conway, for correcting me. The next Human Relations Commission meeting is actually Thursday, the 12th. Thank you.
Thank you. As none for me, moving on to point of light. Any council member with point of lights?
Yes, several. I want to remind everybody that on Wednesday, September 11th, there will be a ceremony at 6 p.m. at Papiani Park by the 9/11 Memorial. Also want to thank the Boy Scout Troop 110 who painted a combat wounded parking spot at the Elks Lodge. Really well done. Big thing coming up is Wednesday, September 25th. It's Edison's turn for the Middlesex County Jazz Festival. And it's a great lineup, and I really want to shout out special thanks to Judy Tyndall, who's on the commission, who has been really the mover and shaker with all of this. So the lineup is the Akiko Tsuruga Quartet, the Kerry Jackson Quartet, Off the Hook, which is J.P. Stevens alums that have a jazz band, and then finally the J.P. Stevens High School Jazz Troupe. So that's Wednesday, September 25th at Papiani Park, 5:45 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. So I encourage everyone to go. It's free, and this is going to be a great lineup. And so far, the long-range forecast looks terrific. The other thing, so the first Pride Festival was held this past Saturday, and I know it's September and Pride Month is June, but with all the events that are going on all across New Jersey in June, we and many other communities are doing it in other months. Rather small attendance this time, but it wasn't exactly that well publicized. Next year, we're expecting a much bigger attendance and other events that are going to go along with this. I think something about was it soccer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think they're trying to have since we have a soccer field right next to the Papiani Park, we are trying to have an exhibition match over there.
Right. Okay. All right. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members?
Council President,
Councilman Coyle?
I just also want to echo the sentiments of my Council Vice President of the Pride event. I thought it was a great opportunity for this town to have Pride in Edison, although we always wish to have it in June. I think it was also great to still have it. And good event, well entertained, and it was a much-needed cause to definitely support. And I truly had a good time. I stayed the entire event. A lot of great entertainment, and I want to thank DPW and administration, police, fire, and recreation for all the great work they do. I also want to talk about the Edison Jets pep rally. I had a chance to join some colleagues and go over there. What a big event. Edison Jets is ready to take off their season. And let's also talk about cheer. Cheer has multiple different age brackets for the cheerleading groups, and I want to thank all the coaches and parents and cheer coaches that are involved in taking the time and sacrificing their day to teach other kids. It's amazing if you sit there just for a moment to see the confidence they instill in both the cheerleaders and the players. There's some great speakers here, but certainly there's some coaches out there that can really bring together a crowd. And it's wonderful to witness it and be there. And I'm looking forward to their season this year. So thank you very much to the coaches out there, the parents, and what sports mean to Edison. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Coyle. Council Vice
Yes,
President?
I need to rebut myself. As Councilman Patil pointed out to me, yes, that is the September 25th is the night of the regular council meeting. So that does pose a conflict for those who want to do both. But again, it's 5:45 to 8:30. However, with the Wednesday date, yeah, this was not the ideal date for us. However, we are hoping next year, Metuchen is currently at Saturday. They want to move to Friday. We would love to have the Saturday date so that we could encourage as much in the way of attendance as possible. We would have to find a way to coordinate that with the Fall Family Festival and see if we can move the date of that to maybe a week earlier or a week later. So for now, it's on a Wednesday. We're hoping next year that it can be moved to Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Any other council members? As for me, just as Council Vice President already pointed out, the 9/11 ceremony is at Memorial in Lake Papiani at 6 p.m. The leaf bag pickup, this is important, it's going to be at the Recycling Center at 745 New Durham Road, beginning September 23rd to November 2nd. The fall cleanup started on Saturday, September 7th, and there's a schedule attached. So the regular recycling date, if it's Monday, is going to be Saturday, September 7th for Section 1 and 6. For Tuesday, it'll be Saturday, September 14th for Section 2 and 7. Wednesday, for Saturday, September 21st for Section 3 and 8. Thursday, September 28th for Section 4 and 9. And Friday, Saturday, October 5th for 5 and 10. And also the first Pride event was a great success. We had vendors, but I think I agree, we do need to market it well. And it is off, not the June Pride Month. So I think it's difficult getting there, but I think the next year, if we can get the first LGBT football match going, I think that would be a great promotion to get more members to come. Moving on to discussion items. Number 25, Councilman Brescher, you can take it away.
I'm going to start at the bottom. Interruption of council members. That was really directed at when we speak to the public and we don't let them finish. And I think we've made some changes here tonight that actually is good. Where you ask if they're done and those are all their questions and the whole thing. I think that will save some confusion and, it doesn't look like we're interrupting them. So that I do like. The restore the March 11th meeting. Well, somebody asked me to ask about that. Same status. I get it. Definitions of warehouses. I don't know where we are on that. I know that we were doing something, but does anybody have an update on that one?
So we're still working on it. We're trying to figure out how to get it to actually be effective. We had a conversation in it, but that's all right, really have conversations. There's nothing definite.
Okay. Amboy Avenue, obviously we talked about that today. Tax bill. I consider the tax bill that was sent out. I guess it said that all the council people except for me and Mr. Patil didn't do something. There was a flyer went out. The mayor put something out where he left myself and Mr. Patil out in saying that we don't vote for things. And I talked to my council colleagues. I explained that 98% of the things that come up to vote, we vote on. Okay, so that's an A+. That right there borders on propaganda, right? And misappropriation of funds by the mayor and the administration to put that out in a way that says these people don't vote for things and these people did, and he's never done that before when there was any other kind of controversy that came up or anything. This is the same man that did not vote for a budget, okay, to go to make sure that our residents were safe. He refused to vote for a budget where I voted for a budget. And in that budget, Edison had the largest promotional policy ever here. We had to have it in the Pines parking lot, I mean, there were hundreds of people with the hiring and promotion that we did. But at that time, our current mayor, he didn't vote for that. He didn't vote for that budget because he didn't care how safe we were. And while my colleagues may sit here and say, I'm on this safety committee or whatever it might be, that's a great thing there. But public safety, I'll leave that one for my next week, because I'd like to really expand upon the whole public safety thing. There was a repeal of an ordinance that I asked our attorneys to produce. To date, they haven't done it. So again, what happened was no council person on this body,
Clarified, that was sent.
the rental, yeah. What's that?
That was done. It was sent to the council.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Today we received it, yes.
But you can continue.
Okay. And the reason why I asked for that, and again, it goes back to what this body does and what this body should do and what this body doesn't do and how we're dysfunctional. The proper process was, if the mayor administration felt there was an issue, they should have went to council president. Council president should have formed a committee. And I don't blame council president for that, because nobody's been here to show him that, because we've been doing it wrong for years. This isn't, the first time here, okay? So, and then that committee should have went and got information. When that ordinance first came up, right, I felt something wasn't right, but it was one of those things that got dropped on our lap type of thing, where we didn't have a lot of time. In fact, I asked a couple questions about single residents like myself. Like, if I were to have to rent my home to my son, do I have to do it? And I was told, no, it's only if you have 5 or more. So if I had 5 sons, I have 5 homes, I guess I'd still have to register. But then what happened was I was told that there were flaws in the implementation of the law, right? And that was really the reason why I was looking for the law to be repealed. And I was hoping to do that before any litigation started, so we didn't have to spend thousands of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars with our law firm. Turns out then, right, we were sued, or were being sued by, 50 litigants or something to that effect, basically saying that it can't be implemented. But again, besides that, right, we talk about affordability, we talk about homeless people, we talk about all these issues. And what this body just did here was we increased the rent on everybody in Edison by approximately $200. Now my council colleagues might argue and say we only raised it $100 for the inspection fees. And while that may be true, the burden on the landlords now is that they're going to have somebody there present when our inspectors are for every one of these units. Some of the landlords are very workable. They took my concerns that I had, and they said they wanted to work with this body and do that, but no one did that. We just passed it. So I actually apologize, because when I make a mistake, I was always taught you're supposed to. I don't want to make rental units less affordable for people here in Edison by adding an additional $200 to the rent after everything else that's went up now. So that was the reason why I was looking for this repeal. I didn't hear anything from our attorneys, but I'm going to get back to our attorneys back up when I get ordinance for consideration up on the top. Do we have a update on the landfill closure? Because this is something I've been asking about for quite some time. Where are we with this?
We do have a firm, an engineering firm, that's been working with the closure status. Mr. Bignell can fill you in exactly in terms of where we are on the project.
No, okay. I mean, Mr. Bignell's getting up and down a lot tonight, I see.
When I saw your discussion items, I reached out on Friday to our consultant to find out where we stood. We've had several meetings with them, and what we were finding out is that with the notices from DEP and stuff, we're following all that paperwork. We're doing all the reports that need to be done. One of the things that we've figured out, though, is that the landfill is probably double the size of what legally is supposed to be our landfill. So we have an extra 70 acres of landfill that was done over the years that has to be remediated. And that's coming to light with all the processes and all the meetings on site with the DEP. So basically what we did, we've surveyed the environmental benefits, and it's called an EBA property. That's the piece of property outside the boundaries of the existing landfill, and that's about 70 acres. We're gonna have to test different spots to see how far the intrusion of the landfilling is, and then correct that. So that's partially completed. We had task 2 was to review the EBA property historic documents. We've done all that. The NJ DEP minor disruption permit for the EBA, that's been completed. The NJ DEP land use permit application for performing investigative work within the EBA, that's partially completed, because everything we do has to be done with the state watching, like holding our hand as we go through the process. I think I told you way back towards the beginning of the discussion with this, is that the Township of Edison, years ago, I think on Doc Paternini when he was mayor, set up a fund, and we have over $17 million in that fund in Trenton that we can use to start closing the landfill. So since the scope of the work has expanded, the scope of the price to do all the engineering and stuff is probably going to expand, and we'll present that to you real soon as we have all those particulars. But we are working on it. It's going to take a little time to do all this, because I think the state's going to require us to take all that landfill that we did it past our boundary of the landfill and put it in the landfill, then cap it, and that's probably going to be part of the whole process and the whole plan to get this thing fixed once and for all.
Right. No, I think I asked you this a year ago, right? And here we are.
There's a lot of work involved in this.
Right, I understand. Okay. I'm just looking for a time frame, like a timeline. But besides, I can't tell you. Like, you have to give me something.
Yeah. Well, like I said, we've got the first 5 tasks just about completed with the state.
Okay.
And then they get the information, and they have to. They sit on it for a while to decide what we're going to do and how we're going to go forward with all this stuff. I think it's going to take a couple of years to do what we're talking about, to get all that, because you have to move all that landfilling. That's all have to be dug out, put on top of the landfill, and then recapped. So that's what's going to happen out there. So it's going to be a monumental task, because it's worse than we thought.
Right, and I'm not looking for the closure, a date. I'm looking for a design. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
When would the design?
Yeah, I would guess in the next 6 months or so, we should be real close with a design that's
very good.
Been submitted with the state. And if that changes, I certainly will let you know. You're going to talk to me anytime. We're on top of this.
Okay.
All right, and then we also have the money that the state gave us, a $300,000 grant to close this thing, but it's going to cost more than that, I believe.
Well, I think that was for the design fees.
And that's where we're
right?
at. And so what's happening is, since the scope of the work is doubled because the landfill has doubled, we've petitioned the state to see if we can use some of that $17 million to help pay for that too. So it's not coming out of the taxpayer today. It'll be like yesterday's kind of dollars that we have set down there. That's going to happen down the road.
Okay.
All right, but that's where we're at with it.
Okay.
All right, sir.
Thank you very much. You confused me enough with that whole process. I think it was almost a 15-step process that you just gave me. but thank you very much. Police staffing. What this comes down to is hearing that we have 4 police officers that hearing that we have crime, right? I know we have break-ins. We have break-ins at Clara Barton. I know that we have speeding issues. I know that we have all these things. I do understand that our police chief says that there's some kind of security thing, but I also do note that our police chief works for the mayor, right? So I'm cognizant of that. Therefore, he shall never throw a stone. But the word was that the mayor took 4 police officers with him to the DNC, and he isn't even a delegate at the DNC, which that basically is like a political vacation, okay? It's called a vacation. So if the mayor is going to go to Aruba do we give him 4 police officers to go to Aruba? I mean, it's a very valid question. The mayor should reimburse the township for the 4 police officers and for any overtime that has been generated. Otherwise, I don't, to me, that's almost like theft of service in a way. Legally, that's above my pay grade. I believe it's above my lawyer's pay grade because it would be left to a prosecutor or something. But for you to take township employees and use them for your personal, I really don't know what they did. I mean, the chief has told me that there were some credible threats. Council members up here have received threats. I received threats myself, but I don't have police escorting me around, right? And I go everywhere. But for our mayor to do that was appalling. Well, crime is on the rise, and our statistics are there to show that, right? So when we say that we care about the public safety, you don't care about the public safety if you're taking 4 police officers. If we have 180 police officers and you're taking 4 away, and then every time I see you at any event or something, you have police escorts, what you're doing is you're actually putting the police in jeopardy of, not being able to do their job efficiently, not stop crime here. And we all talked about already with the Public Safety Committee about the station we had on Oak Tree Road that was unmanned, right? And we had the blow-ups inside the police cars. I really don't believe any of this works. I just don't think we have the proper staffing of police in the town to keep our residents safe, okay? I just don't. Maybe the administration can give us a breakdown of what burglaries and all this has been happening for years. But we can't get that because that's a secret document and we can't release that to council people or the public because, well, you might feel unsafe when you go to sleep at night, I guess. Next question, deer study. Do we know?
Before Councilman goes to the next topic, we have 7 minutes left.
Yeah.
6.5 minutes. Can we extend the meeting for half an hour?
Oh.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
So can I get a motion to extend by half an hour?
Motion to extend to 10:30?
Yeah. Second. All right, so that's motion by Council Vice President, second by Councilman Patel to extend the meeting till 10:30.
Aye.
And
Okay.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Deer study. Now this is a good one because people talk about the racist flyer and that, but I believe the deer study we've been looking at a lot longer than the racist flyer. Does anybody know where we are with the deer study?
I think Councilman Pointer answered that last time.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. But he can, I'm sure you can talk to him
I missed that,
offline.
sir. All right.
too.
I don't want to take away from your time if I can just respond when
Oh, okay, perfect. Okay. Youth funding. Because it's that time of year, right? And we always do it. Do we have all those equations worked out yet, or?
We do have worked them out in terms of what we think is a fair process. However, because of where we are in the year, we want to be fair to the youth leagues in that we would probably delay it another year. They've been used to getting the same kind of funding, so we want to make sure we don't know where they are in terms of setting their budgets. So we thought that if we give them basically year's notice, that they would then understand to properly fund throughout the year.
So we're going to give them the same amount, right? If I'm not
For
mistaken.
the coming year, yes.
For this year, and then next year we'll give them the revised amount. Could you send me the like the formula that we have for that I could just look at that?
Sure.
All right, thank you. Fire hydrant, right? We have a leaky fire hydrant that I don't know somebody put. I think you asked me where it was. I have no clue. It's on Facebook, right? Because that's where we get most of our news here in Edison. Did we find out where the fire hydrant is and why we can't fix it?
We did, and it's getting fixed tomorrow.
Oh, it's amazing. Facebook is more powerful than anything out there. I mean, I have to give that Mark Zuckerberg credit. Water meter status. we've approved funds to do, and it wasn't just water meters, but water meters, scoping out our sewer lines and all that, right? We approved funds for people to do these studies and do this. Have we implemented any of this?
Mr. Smith. Council President, may I have Mr. Smith up?
Yes, that's
Thank you.
Councilman, the water meters and the fire hydrants are in for IBank funding. And the other question you had asked, it went out for bid for the work and has started. They have chosen a vendor, and we've been talking with him, and they're going through the process.
Okay,
So we should hopefully be starting that soon. The
Right.
actual TV work of the collection system.
Right, so the TV work, when do you anticipate that starting? And granted, you know me as, when you tell me January, if it's February, March, I'm okay.
I'm hoping October.
Okay, good.
hoping. But that has gone out, and we have a contractor's been selected, and the engineering firm is working with them and us as well. So there were some questions that had to be answered, and we've taken care of it.
Okay. No, that's perfect, just looking for dates. And the water meters, you said we applied for the IBank.
It's out for IBank funding, yes.
Okay, but didn't we approve funding to apply for the IBank funding?
That was through T&M Associates, and they have done that. They've done the paperwork. It's gone to the IBank, and we're just waiting on a decision.
Okay, so I'm getting a little lost in the process, because what I was explained was we approve funding, right? That allows the administration to apply to the IBank, but we proceed with the work, right? Because it was needed. And then the IBank was going to fund us and maybe forgive the loan.
You're not allowed to do the work before the IBank gives you approval.
We're not allowed to do the work.
No. If you do that, then you're going to forfeit any kind of funding from the IBank.
So, if I may, part of receiving the funds from the iBank is that you submit a complete proposal
Right.
of all of the work so that they can approve the funding. So you can't actually do the project, you have to design it,
Right.
submit an application with that, and then the iBank tells you that they have the funding for it.
Okay, but we did design it, right? So
It
when
did
we
happen,
apply
right? So
to the-
what we're
when did
saying is
we
that the application is in,
Right.
When
and
did
we're
we
waiting
apply?
for a status update.
Right, when did we apply? When was that application sent in? I mean, how long has the state been sitting on it? Is it 2
A
weeks?
while.
Or are we talking about 4 or 5
It's a long
months?
process going to the IBank that I'm finding out. It's not as quick as.
When did we apply?
There have been several applications, so if I could just have Mr. Smith actually provide a status update
Yes.
on all of the ones that have been
if
submitted,
we
that
could
would be
get that,
helpful
yeah.
to the council.
Sure.
Yes. All right,
It's a
thank you.
process, unfortunately.
No, I get it, but like follow-up, yeah, I don't mind making phone calls and finding out what their process is for the approval process.
Okay.
You know?
I'll let you know.
But I need to know when we applied, right? Because if it was 2-3 weeks ago, it's probably still sitting on someone's desk. I get it. But if it was like 3-4 months ago, then they should explain to us why they're not, why they haven't done it or what they are doing.
All right.
That's all. All right, thank you. Ordinance for consideration. This is going to a larger issue. There were a couple ordinances that I asked for, right? The one was a repeal. The one was to name a splash park after the first black councilwoman of Edison, right? Which I thought was good. I was hoping, after something like that, we have a park on 8th Avenue we're gonna do. And if we could name that after maybe like Rabbi Rifkin, that would be another good thing from our community. There's things about us naming things from people that have contributed within our community that to me is a good thing. But again, I feel like I'm stymied, okay? And that goes with our law firm of Moncello, Renone, and Coughlin, okay? Where I ask for things They don't get me things. They don't get the public things, okay? The public asks for stuff. They Oprah request stuff. They can't get that information. But what the public doesn't understand is you have a sitting councilman that requested a animal shelter report, and I got a totally redacted 3-page document. I mean, I'll be honest with you, and I spoke to one of the firm's owners. I said, whoever did this redaction should have been fired. I mean, obviously. But then what happens is we move forward in life, right? And I said, let's just forget that and let's move forward. Let's have a working relationship. That same partner I sent a text to about these ordinances. I didn't hear hide nor hair from that partner, okay? So is it that they have a problem with Joyce Ship Friedman? Do they have a problem with me? Or are they just a bad law firm that can't get their act together? I'm going with option number 3, okay? But with that, right, they've done things for us, like we did a closing for a piece of property for over $10 million that had flaws within it, notifications that other people had, and they allowed us to go through the closing. They didn't straighten it out or fix it. And I believe it's so that they could add up their legal fees to charge us more money, okay? It's the only explanation that makes any sense whatsoever, because attorneys of that caliber should never have made that mistake. Where I'm going to is we also had the lawsuit with the apartments, another lawsuit, where I think their idea is, let me write flawed legislation so then I can litigate it and we could make more money, okay? I'm just not feeling that this law firm is professional, number one, okay? Like I said, I text, I don't get called back, okay? I make requests, I don't receive them. The law says that any council person here can put up a resolution or for a vote. But the lawyer works for this body, and I can't get the lawyer to make anything up. You know, so at the end of the day, when the residents complain that the law firm is holding something up, they hold it up for elected officials. Myself, as an elected official, right? I run against the mayor for mayor. I become mayor. I would never use the law firm or recommend them to another township, to be quite honest with you. Now, I do understand there's a whole hierarchy thing. They're probably used because there's donations that go back and this and that. I've seen on Facebook about the donations down in Marlboro, okay, that have went on, okay, and maybe we should bring those to light between Ray Cantina and the Lou Renault law firm. But I'm just not feeling like they work for everybody, right? I think they work for the person that appointed them. They don't work for the body that is here. This body here is charged with making laws. Every law and ordinance that we put up, I'm going to ask this council body, who requested it? I'm going to ask you details about it. So when somebody wants to jump on that sword and say from now on, you know what? I asked for that law. Make sure you're aware of what that law all says. Because from what I get is most of these laws come from the administration. And that is just wrong. We should really get this straightened out and get this fixed. With that, I guess I'll end it. Oh, jet field update. Just quick, when do you think when can the children, use the whole facilities there?
So currently, we've made pretty good headway with the utilities on the PSE&G side. So with that, I think you're going to probably see a lot more progress and things coming into there physically. So we're hopeful that hopefully in the next couple months you'll see something.
No, Sonia, I'm not looking for progress. Well, I'm looking for it to be complete. I'm just saying, what is the anticipated, the date of completion? We didn't have anything, but they should have something now. You know, they should know.
We do. I don't know the exact date in my mind in terms of what's contractually obligated.
That's where I'm going. Can
Yeah.
you get that from the contractor, what we're contractually obligated to get with any of the additional change orders that I know that change the dates? You know, like as we do change orders, it changes the date, so I understand that. But if we can just get like an official date, and you know, after that, it's up to the CM to maintain that we're maintaining that schedule, or let you know to let us know, right? So we don't come back and go, you said, you know, June, and now it's going to be next November or something like that. Yes, if you just get that, that would be it, Council President. Thank you.
Council President, before you go to the next person, just a quick clarification. For the ordinance or resolution concern, is there any protocol on this, in this chamber, especially for the council members? Can they send a request to you or just directly? Because it's going to be, you know, who's sending where, we might lose a track. So can we set some sort of protocol if Councilman Brescher would like to write some resolution, send it to you or clerk, and or send it to clerk, copy you, and then in turn you can take it to the law firm and to validate where it can be done.
I will let the legal speak. I think anybody can ask legal, and I think they have provided the, but go ahead.
Yeah, and I did want to address that issue just to assuage, I guess, some of Councilman Brescher's concerns. I'm not sure why he hasn't seen the ordinances or resolutions. In the past month, I think I've put together 8 or 9 of them that have been requested by various council members, including Councilman Pointer, Council President Patil. You yourself, Mr. Brescher, I did put together the resolution with respect to renaming the splash park. I'm not sure why you haven't seen it. I did do the resolution for, or the ordinance to repeal. I can't comment on any of the ongoing litigation, unfortunately, although I'm sure you've had conversations with Mr. Renone about those and the underlying basis for those. But I've said it a number of times that if you have an ordinance, you have a resolution, something that you want our firm to put together, to provide it to me, to email it to me, to send it over to me so that I can make sure that it gets done. I'm the one who's sitting in this chair with you, the one who has to answer for that when it comes up and you ask why wasn't something done.
So
if I haven't seen it,
I have the repeal and the splash park one.
you should, and I'm not sure why you don't. I know that the repeal went to you on Friday.
Okay, okay, let's be honest here. If you sent it to me on Friday after my agenda, right? So I get the agenda, and I used to go through my emails here, but it was so difficult with the whole phone thing. And then the iPad thing with the connectivity thing was not an iPad, it's some kind of whatever it is. So they printed out for me, okay? So after Friday, when the agenda goes out and I just look at it, I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not looking at emails on...
I believe it was early Friday morning, but I will also point out, which is what I wanted to say before, I found out about it on Thursday. I found out about Thursday from an email forwarded to me by the administration and a request that came from them to fulfill your request. But I've said it repeatedly, if you have something that you want done or you want me to follow up on, email me. I looked through my emails to see if you had followed up with me on any of these things that you had asked about or asked for. I don't have anything in my inbox from you since May.
No,
and I'm happy to follow up with you and get these things done, but they have to be brought to my attention.
Oh, no, let me explain. I asked at the meeting, right? So that's formal and that's on the record. Council President asked if I could give you the ordinance number for the repeal. Now, while that might sound like a reasonable request, right? In my mind, I'm sitting there, I'm going, so let me get this straight. We make one ordinance about rent control, right, and inspections, and I should look it up for the attorney who made it. So it was such, in my mind, it was like a preposterous question. I couldn't even answer Council President back by going like, are you kidding me, kind of thing.
Yeah, and I wouldn't need
That's the
that.
reason why I didn't respond, because you made it. You should know exactly what I'm talking about. It was about inspections of rent. I should need to say more than that. And that, I believe, I see council president and a partner in your firm. So the partner in your firm should be well aware of it, right? I mean, the same thing where council president said, can you give me the number? And I'm going, the guy on the other end of the email is the guy that made it. I mean, and he only made one for us. So if he can't figure it out, shame on him.
And I wouldn't need you to pull the number for me that I had, that I was able to get very quickly and address. But like I said, if you want me to be able to address it, I'm only asking that you reach out.
Or Coughlin or Mantello to do this. That's who I'm looking to do it.
I think we'll cut this.
Because every week I got a different lawyer.
We can take this offline if anything
Okay.
else. But we can figure out a process. But I would recommend, Councilman Brescher.
And that is it.
Thank you.
President.
Thank you, Councilman. But I would recommend that if you reach out to Michael,
That's the procedure.
he really does answer back. So since he is here, he is answering for it, I would ask you to reach out to him, and that should move the process of what you want get done faster. All right? Moving on to Councilman Coyle.
Thank you, Council President. Just note the time is 10:11. I'll try to be brief, to be 4 or 5 minutes, since Councilman Brescher took up 25 minutes. Okay, and 26. You can use the bathroom too, and you can yawn. First, I just wanted to communicate, let's go over communications real quick. First, I want to thank the law firm for getting back to me for a few things that I had. I also want to thank my colleagues for reaching out to me, debating Amboy Avenue. I did not agree with some of them, including Councilman Asaf, but I think he reasoned with me fair discussion, and Councilman John Pointer on some items. Again, today, I'm not supporting what the ordinance is for Amboy Avenue, but I do think collectively he did meet with the residents, and thank you for the time you put into it. Just tax revenues, I just want the administration, to the council president, just looking at tax revenue opportunities for 2025, and that being a conversation to start having now. I listened to a resident speak about the development of Amboy Avenue, whether that site could be an opportunity for a park. I think those who are here in the audience know that to purchase a large piece of land would take finance and infrastructure. That site itself is under remediation with the DEP, so to pick that site to be a park would probably not be a good idea. And though we have great ideas, that would not be a revenue-producing opportunity for the township. Economic development, to the council president, to our business agent, could we have some understanding of what we'll be doing with money? And I can wait for some time, but throughout this next month, I made a request to my colleagues to do some studies and use the funding that we had on the balance sheet to either hire a consultant to do some work. A few residents came up about the ShopRite. Some residents believe that it's our responsibility to try to fill stores and make sure vacancies meet an opportunity. Whether it is or it isn't, I can't speak ethically for legally, but we do have a responsibility to make sure that stores get filled to some degree, so that revenue will not be a shortfall for an appeal. I think supermarkets are taking a spin to bigger stores and bigger opportunities, so I still hope that this store gets filled on Amboy Avenue, and also for the small business stores. We worked hard to get an economic development person on the balance sheet. I know it hasn't happened. I know it's not a difficult task, but I certainly would like to know over the next month what spending lines we could do and what investment we can make through consultants. Speaking of consultants, hiring millennial strategies, I hope we can share with Ms. Conway their report and so many things, how much money they brought into us. Councilman Brescher and I and Councilman Patil, years back, we went through this in detail, and they do a fantastic job bringing in money. So I'm truly happy for that. I'm at 3 minutes. I promise I'll stop at 5. Affordable housing. Also, I'm asking the administration to discuss affordable housing and what we'll do between now and 2025 for affordable housing. I think Amboy Avenue should be a part of affordable housing, and truly part of why I'm not supporting that ordinance as well. Public safety. On the discussion of public safety and how the chief decides to dispatch his 190 officers is a question I don't ask him every day. But I do believe, from listening to Councilman Brescher and his choice of us having or not having protection for the mayor at the DNC. I'd love to go to the DNC, being a grandfather and knowing what could happen there. with the change of climate and politics, I would expect if I'm mayor of the fifth largest municipality in the state of New Jersey, I would ask for protection. I don't think that's a terrible idea. If we're getting a reimbursement, I don't think that's a terrible idea. At the same time, if my colleague believes that we should or should not have police dispatched to certain areas, then he should consider, repealing all the overtime and stop extra duty solutions, and let's see how well that goes. Because we need men on the ground and women on the ground to handle our space on the block for construction and projects. I don't find it any different where the chief decides to dispatch police. And we have extra duty solution. Anybody here who has an event could apply for that and post and fulfill a job through that process, which has been separated from the Township of Edison. The stormwater management, I heard some complaints about that. I think we've managed what we can pretty well. Our stormwater system is 60 years old, if not more. I think some of these storms that happen are one-off storms. They're not happening every day. To make a $5 million change to a street would impact taxpayers. So I think this township has to select what is most important based on the danger of that situation. I've been on Amboy Ave my entire life. We do get flooding in that one spot. I'd love to correct it. But from what I'm hearing, the storm system can't handle more than what it is today, built on its capacity then. That's all I have, Council President. Thank you for your time.
Thank
5
you,
minutes.
Councilman Coyle. I think we should extend it another 20 minutes just to be safe. May I get a motion to extend it to 10:50?
Motion to extend till 10:45.
Yeah, that's fine. May I get a second?
Second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Council Vice
Council
President?
President, I just had the one item on my discussion points, but I need to apologize to my council colleagues and to the public. I need to get home. To keep it short, one of my dogs had been hit by a car on Thursday, and he broke the area above his wrist. He had surgery Friday, but I don't feel comfortable leaving him so long, so I'm going to take my leave right now with your
That's fine. Thank
permission.
you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councilman Patel?
Thank you, Council President. The first one we already discussed. The second one is residential lighting ordinance. I did send few emails. I think, Sonia, you are also copied on that. It's a height.
Yes. I did notice, just to Mr. Burns's point, I don't know that he was in the email, so I would like to include him, being that he does attend our meetings, and I did see the resend on that, so I will follow up with Mr. Burns about. But what is it that, Mr. Raynone, when he responded, what is it that you're looking for specifically? Is it just the height, or is it?
Just the height restriction and the angle of the light and the number of lights.
Okay.
Probably we might have to look at how many decimal of the light that's impacting the residents.
Okay.
The next one is on the rental property. I did receive on Friday in a Council President. Thank you for that. March 11 meeting already we discussed. The warehouse also I received the updated ordinance. Kilmer Cricket Field. I shouldn't call it a cricket field, but Kilmer Field. As I understand, we transported the soil from Municipal Boulevard, and I did see the contamination was mitigated, and I do see the bill in the Papiani Park turf field, but the same soil was transported on the Kilmer Park. Do we know if we did the soil testing? If we don't have answer, that's fine, but can we find out?
No, we did. We did have soil testing done.
Can I get the report of that, please?
Sure, I thought I may have circulated that a few months ago when you brought it up, but I will do that again.
Thank you. Yeah. The next one is the Ryder Road DPW premises tree fencing. I did speak to DPW director way back. I think I did bring this up as one of the discussion point. I was told during the fall time the trees will be planted. Just looking for an update. Are we on schedule for that? The next one is the paving schedule for 2023 roads, doing in 2024. Do we have the schedule published? The timelines?
For the 2020,
like this year's paving.
let me follow up. I know they were trying to finalize it.
Thank you. The next one, 8061 Will Parkway, I know I sent this message on August 14. We are pretty much, 3 weeks in the line. I understand that someone went there, measured where the tree belongs to. It appears to be township property. Sonia, do we know what's the status on that?
So we actually went out again today, looked at some pictures, I spoke to the homeowner. What it appears is that it's not an easement, rather it's between two residents. So this is an issue between the two.
So this tree belongs to the other resident?
Correct.
Okay. It's not on the township easement?
No, it is not. And I provided the tax maps that identifies that, and when we went there and looked at it, so the tree's on the other property.
Okay. Because what I was told that's an easement, but if that's not an easement, they should know that. Okay. The last one, we pretty much covered. Even the residents spoke about that. We need to respect. Again, hopefully we have the quorum here now. We have 4 people on the council dais. If one leaves,
I think we should be okay.
yeah, right. So we need to respect that. That's it. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Patel. Councilman Pointer?
Thank you, Council President. Under ordinances for consideration and discussion, to address the deer study aspect that Councilman Brescher had mentioned, there's not a revised study like what was done in 2019. There was a report that the subcommittee had provided to the council members in regards to potential action steps. Those discussions, the cost for either tranquilizing or other relocation efforts, they are expensive, for lack of better words. So the question was whether we as a body would be comfortable with allowing permitted hunting in certain concentrated areas, because you want to make sure that you're not within a certain area of residence. So that's where that is. Permitted tree species, we received an email in regards to regulations on wild bamboo. So I just wanted to mention that I had reached out to the Environmental Commission in regards to just seeing about the trees that we have as allowable within the township, because there have been previous comments about having those being listed for more native trees. So it's something that I'm going to ask the Environmental Commission to add on with that list. Smoke shop advertising. People know that I am in favor of legalized cannabis. However, that does not mean that smoke shops should be permitted to advertise legal THC, which to me is false advertising, because there's a difference between THC, THCA, Delta 8, Delta 9, right? So if you're saying that you're a smoke shop and you're selling legal THC, well, THC is Delta 9, which is what you need a license for. So to me, that's false advertising and is misleading, and it has, to me, negative community impact. So I'm not sure how we can address it, but I want to at least make mention that I think we should revise our cannabis definitions to establish between the two, so that any smoke shop that tries to circumvent that in regards to the language that they use for advertising, that they wouldn't be able to do. Route 1 traffic and state coordination. After I mentioned about the accident that had recently happened at Grandview and Route 1. The request that I have to the administration, if we can reach out to the state representative from the Department of Transportation. The issue at that intersection is that trucks and cars just go past the red light. There's no other way to explain it. When I'm crossing Route 1 and the light turns green, I go 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, and then I go, because I've had near accidents there. So my request to the administration is, can we reach out to the DOT to see if they can modify the timing of the light switch so that instead of it turning red on Route 1 and then automatically green at Grandview, just allowing a few second delay, because that instance always happens. Initiative updates, I had an organization reach out in regards to the adopt-a-spot, so I just wanted to make mention that there is still interest in that, and I'm looking to work with the administration in implementing. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Pointer. As for me, I just wanted to get quick updates on where the status of the website is and also the Office 365. I know that was a long process that we were working through cybersecurity and the county.
We are still working through the Office 365. As far as the website goes, this week we are working on the content migration. It takes about 3 days. My understanding, there may or may not be some disruption to the website. We're told there should not be any. In the event there is, this is my PSA that if you could just call our office if you have any issues with trying to find something on the website, but that's where we are.
Okay. And then I think just want to follow up on the economic developer, as Councilman Coyle did, and the redevelopment agency. Is there any movement on that end?
I will speak to the mayor on that one.
Thank you. I think we already answered the Robbie Road and the Inman Ave and the Old Raritan earlier. I think on the bike paths, the bike path map, which I requested from the engineering, I had a conversation with Brian. He said we should have the updated bike path that essentially covers all of Edison and bike paths that are not orphan, but actually have a circular route so that anybody that wants to travel has a point to go all around. We should have that by December, so I'm looking forward to that. Any updates on the JNPL legal from the other side?
That is, as far as I know, still waiting on the design plans so that we can actually provide those to JCP&L.
Okay.
If you recall, that was the last sticking point. It's if we get the design plans, we can move forward so that they can complete their engineering review of those as
So
well.
design plans with our administration? Are we done with the design plan, or what's the status of that?
I'll follow up with Mr. Deal.
Okay. And the path on Central Ave, is there any movement on that? The bike path, the big map that I provided, I think must be at least 5 meetings or 6 meetings ago. It was a big map on Central Ave. Okay, I'll follow up with Bob. Okay, I think I will skip the benches, bike racks, and bathrooms because I'll need DPW Ray here for that. And I would like to ask for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
May I have a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, this meeting is adjourned at 10:28.
What do we got? Please buy.